Does Jason not have video?
No, I
Jason
don't
does
have
not have
video.
video.
Wow.
Welcome everyone from Twitch. It's the most monumental beginning ever in the history of Castle Entertainment broadcasting. I'm Carlos A.S. Lysing. Will be the Dungeon Master tonight. I'd like to welcome everybody to the first leg of a very, very special event. Tonight we're doing the Greyhawk Megastream fundraising event. It's the brainchild of Jay Scott, otherwise known as Lord Gazumba. It's going to encapsulate, in case you guys missed that grand introduction we had, it's going to encapsulate 5 different streamers, and I was elected to take the first leg. I'm very proud to be able to say that. 100% of the funds that we're raising tonight are going to be going to St. Jude's Children's Research Hospital, which is a great charity. I encourage everybody to donate and show some love with your pocketbooks to a very worthy cause. I'm also gratified to be able to tell you guys that I've got 3 amazing players, good friends of mine, and guys I think are going to have a great time with the scenario. I'd like to introduce them going from left to right on your screen. On your left, below me, you'll see Matthew Lazinski, who is playing Barrow Bravelark. There's that alliteration again. In the middle, we've got Tim Sheets, who's going to be playing Quidnock. And over there, we got Jason Zavota on our right, who's playing Dane Copperhands. Gentlemen, thank you so much for joining in the charity event here. You know, Jay, I know if you're watching out there, Jay, I know you're gratified to see that we've got some really great players tonight, and then we're going to knock this thing out of the park. So with those introductions done, I'd like to have the players out there. I can see already we've got a little bit of an audience, so it's great to see you guys out there. Matthew, why don't you tell everybody out there in the stream about Barrow?
Well, Barrow Bravelark is a halfling druid who has a giant black mamba named Duchess. He's kind of I wanted to go the grittier side of druid, you know, very weathered, very less nature love, and more about kind of the balance and trying to maintain, you know, burning down cities if that has to be it, or taking down forests if they're growing too far past their boundaries, and just kind of maintaining balance, and doesn't put up with nothing, but isn't an attritionist warfare. You know, he'll get back in sneaky, stealthy kind of ways.
Tim, why don't you tell everybody about your character, the Red Wind?
Character's name is Quidnock. He's a rover of the Barrens, so he was fighting EUs and lost a family, and now he's after getting most of the tribe that helped the humanoids kill his family, he's going on a vengeance quest to get the last remnants of them, and so that's what he's all about. He's got his horses, and he's on the road following his leads. And he just recently had a very spiritual experience that has now led him to go south.
And over there on my right, Jason Zavoda, who's playing Dane Copperhands. Jason, why don't you tell everybody a little bit about Dane?
Sure. Dane is a dwarf from the Little Hills. He's not that old for a dwarf, in his mid-50s, but he looks a little older. He's an experienced adventurer. He's worked as a mercenary, and right now he's on a guard trip down to the city of Greyhawk, helping out his family. But he's run into a little trouble, and Dane doesn't take things lightly. He's a little on the grim side, and he holds a bad grudge. So right now he's looking to answer that grudge and looking for some just answers about what happens to his family's property.
As you can see, there's a theme going on with these characters. I was telling everybody in the prelims before we actually started tonight that everybody had a little bit in common with one another. And I think it's become plain what it is. So are you gentlemen ready to begin the Greyhawk Megastream fundraising event with action gameplay?
I'm afraid so.
All right, let's do this, fellas. Okay, when we begin our play, it is late spring, late winter, early spring. All right. All of you have read in your different backgrounds, and Matthew, the one that you wrote for yourself, that you're all in the free city of Greyhawk.
Yeah.
You all have your different reasons for being there. But all of you, on one fine morning, on a star day morning, find yourselves through different channels asking some of your different contacts, or in some of your cases, just wandering the city until you manage to find it. There's a very large walled manor in the high quarter of the city. Now, first of all, for a couple of you, like Quidinock and Barrow, you guys getting actually even into the high quarter was a little bit difficult because you're a little bit scruffy, outdoorsman type, and the people in high quarter are very wealthy, well-to-do people, and they all kind of look down their noses a little bit at people like you.
Well, they probably think I stink, but I'm nowhere near as bad as that city stinks.
Barrow, in particular, you have a little bit of an issue with Duchess, because for everyone out there, Barrow Bravelark is a halfling druid, but Barrow has a very interesting animal companion. It is a giant black mamba. The Greyhawk Free City guards had kittens when they saw you with this thing trying to get into the city. But interestingly enough, as soon as you mentioned that you were there to see Lord Henway, everybody was like, oh, okay, we get it. Well, we'll give you an actual escort to there to make sure your snake behaves itself. So that was basically how you got in with Duchess.
Got it.
So you find yourself all in front of this very large walled manor. You notice something very interesting about this large walled manor. All around it, all of the other houses and the buildings that are around it seem to be abandoned or for sale. It seems like nobody wants to live too close to this building for some reason. Now, the building as itself, in and of itself, is the walls of it are probably maybe about 500 yards on each side. And in addition to the manor's top, you can see sticking out from the top of the wall. It's a beautiful kind of a Tudor manor, multiple floors, smoke rising, wisping out of the chimney. In addition to that, you can see small like silos and things inside of the grounds. But when you show up at the front gates, there's an armed guard there, and these are not the Free City of Greyhawk guards. These are private guards. All right, they're wearing livery, but you can tell that they all have like it looks like a silo that's embroidered on their tabards, and there's a man walking a horse around on the tabard. Of you all, you more or less arrive within about maybe an hour of one another outside. Neither of you have even approached the guards yet. Most of you that have arrived early are either casing the place or trying to figure out what's going on around it, make sure it's safe. So more or less, when you guys look at each other and realize that you're all coming to the same place, an assembly is made before the front arched doors to get through the walled edifice. The guards kind of look at the three of you. One of them just kind of smirks a little bit. So female, got real short cut blonde hair, very tall, athletic looking. Steps forward. She's got a halberd in her hand. She looks at the two of you, or three of you, I should say, and says, "Do any of the three of you have business with Lord Henway, or are you just going to stare all day at his house?"
Well, I'll walk up to her and I'll say, I have business with Henway about my family's iron shipment.
She looks over at you, Coidnock, and just kind of smirks. She gets down on one knee so she can talk to you. And
You
it's
mean
done
Baron, or
in the most disdainful way humanly possible. Oh, that's right. So do you have an appointment then?
I give a laugh and I say, I don't need an appointment. He should know me, and he should know about this iron.
And the rest of you two? Are you his retainers or something?
I'm here from the Gnarly Rangers.
She says, "Let me see your badge."
I show her my badge.
I didn't ask to see a map. I asked to see your badge. Your badge. Do you speak common? Fluently, I mean.
Yep.
You're having this conversation. The doors open up, and from behind this woman, another guard comes out, taps her on the shoulder. Lydia. Comes over and starts whispering in her ear. She kind of looks over her shoulder at him, gives kind of a weird look. She straightens up. Gentleman comes over to you. He says, "I'm sorry for your any trouble that Lydia gave you. She's a little overenthusiastic in her duties. I'm Karza," he says, and offers his hand. He goes, I'm a sergeant at arms here at Lord Henway's manor. All three of you are expected."
Coidnock says, "Yes, we are."
He smiles, turns around and says, "Please follow me." He starts walking in through the doors. He says,
I haven't dismounted yet.
No, there's also 3 horses in tow behind you as well.
Right.
He looks over at you and says, as your train starts to come through, he says, "You're going to need, would you like any..." "Hey, thanks so much, Doc of Flockflame. You're the first person to come in here and donate to us. I'm so gratified that you did that. Thank you so much. It's going to a good cause." So you guys are hit already. Coidnock, he says to you, he says, "Are you going to need any kind of, would you like any kind of hostelry for your horses? You know, stables."
They may be hungry in this barren wasteland of nature. So if you have hay, it would be kind of you to feed them.
"Oh, we have hay aplenty. You're going to see exactly what we do here in a moment." He looks at you, Barrow. He goes, my apologies, but I don't even know what to do with that. Do you, does she need someplace to sleep?"
She'll stay with me.
Right. Okay, well, follow me. He looks over at Dane, kind of like, man, what did I get myself into? He turns around and starts walking in. When he walks in, you see these silos. They're kind of in the distance. These silos there's like wire fences around these silos. They're domed on the top. There's stone rings around them. It looks like there are kind of like observation decks where you can look down into the silos. He begins leading all 3 of you towards one of them. And there's one on the front. The first one you're walking to, it says Melissa across the bottom of the big letters around the bottom.
It may be trivia, but I'm going to make sure I take my saddlebag off the horse.
Okay. Take your saddlebag off. Dane, you're walking with Coidnock and Barrow. And as you get close enough to this silo, you see what's in the bottom of it. Looking up from the bottom of the silo, snarling at you, is this gigantic woman's head attached to this lion body, this leathery bat wings, and it whips its tail back and forth angrily in the air. And there's these iron spikes all over the tail. Barrow, you've heard of these creatures before, being a druid. If you don't know what it is, I'd be happy to let you know, but I think you probably already have an idea. They're all, it just kind of looks up at you and snarls. Come on, Melissa, they're guests. You hear Karza say. He just shakes his head looking back at you. He goes, I'm sorry. He goes, she still doesn't have any, she's been here 7 years and doesn't have any manners yet. Ahead, you see these stables.
Can I feed her one of the rats I have for Duchess?
Okay, yeah, sure.
Cool.
You see guys all watch Barrow reach into his pouch and he pulls out this dead rat. Duchess immediately looks really excited. She kind of curls up her head, flicks her tongue in the air a little bit. But when you take the rat, you toss it over into the silo. All three of you kind of watch this rat tumble down into the silo down. It's like a 10-foot well down pit at the bottom, sand pit. This thing is dead before it even hits the ground. The manicore just shreds it with its talons, starts gnawing on this little thing. It's gone almost instantly. To you, it would be like you guys eating a jelly bean. The thing looks back up at you and just kind of smiles. That shows this razor teeth maw. Looks up at you, just kind of smiles like it's anticipating more. Barrow, Duchess kind of curls around your neck, your leg, between your legs, and comes out the other side and kind of interposes herself between you and the silo. You're walking up. I'm sorry.
I'll pet Duchess on the head and I'll give her one too.
She starts swatting it. Kawidinok, you've seen giant serpents before, but you really haven't seen one that's affectionate before. Dane, being underground like you are, this is kind of a new thing, seeing these kind of snakes a lot. But this thing it seems pretty affectionate towards him. It kind of curls around him, slithers around his arm as it eats. You can watch this rat going down its gullet as it's slowly starting to eat. Quidnock, as you're reaching the stables with Karza. He goes, you can use these 4 right over here. He points. There's a white horse, beautiful white horse. It's in one of the stalls. It's eating hay next to the other ones.
So we're moving past the.
Yeah, you're moving past Manicore, unless you guys want to stay any longer.
I want to say something to the guy.
Okay, yeah. What are you gonna say?
Perhaps you should feed your creature more.
Well, he says, he looks over, he says, we usually give Melissa a daily feeding rather than snacks throughout the day. We find that she gets a little indigestion if she eats too much, that's irregular. He goes, I don't think that'll hurt her, sir. He looks over at the druid, he goes, but he says, usually she eats a little more than that. You'd be surprised how much these things eat, he says, just shaking his head. Well, you might not. He looks over at the halfling, but the rest of you would probably be very surprised. He looks over at Dane and says, sir, I didn't see you come with a mount of any kind. Are you going to need any lodging for a mount?
No, I'm on foot.
Oh.
But Dane gives a big laugh at the sight of all this and gives a friendly pat to Barrow's shoulder.
Barrow got the friendly pat there. Okay, you guys walk forward, and as Kawidinok, you start to go into the stables to tether up your horses. They're very eager to see this hay. The hay is fresh. In fact, it looks like the hay gets delivered here daily. And you can see why as you get closer to the stables. The horse that you see, there's a black and a white horse. They're kind of sitting there feeding. They both have majestic wings on their backs. They're folded close to them. Beautiful, like bird wings. And as you get closer, they kind of look back at you, but then they start eating again. They're obviously used to people.
Quidinock wants to go over and see even closer.
Karzal looks at you. He sees a look at you. He goes, go ahead. He goes, I don't think Lord Henway would mind. The rest of you would like to go see her? Please.
He wasn't asking permission. He was just going to.
Quidnock walks in. He says it anyway. He looks at Dane and Barrow and says, "If you'd like to join your friend, you're more than welcome." Quidnock, the horses are, you see right away it's a male or female. They're obviously mated. And as you get closer, they stop eating their hay and they just kind of look at you. The way they look at you is different than most horses. These have a marked intelligence, way greater. You can see it in the quality of their eyes as they look at you. It's almost like you're wondering what they're thinking when they see you. The Rovers have a very horse-driven culture. For those of you out there in Twitchland who don't know, Quidnock is a Rover of the Barrens. These are excellent quality Pegasi. They're obviously very well cared for. They don't want for much, obviously. In fact, if you had to guess, you would think that the black one, which is the female, may actually, one of two things is happening here. Either she's pregnant with foals, or she is so doted upon that she's too fat to fly.
He could probably tell the difference, but
you're guessing. You're thinking she's probably pregnant.
Yeah. So he wants to, approach them, but if they look skittish, he won't.
No, they don't look skittish. In fact, because the way that you are with horses, they don't bother you at all. As Barrow gets closer, however, with Duchess, how close are you going to get, Barrow?
Well, can I ask Duchess to stay?
Yeah, Duchess will stay. She kind of curls up in a little ball there in the ground.
And then I'm gonna go right up to them as well.
Okay. Dane, are you going to join them?
Dane's going to stay by Duchess.
Okay. Snake kind of is looking at you up and down. It's kind of flicking its tongue, just kind of taking your measure more than anything. It's a beautiful snake. It's very smooth looking, very sleek. It's got dark patterns all the way down. It's the middle of its back and its head, and it kind of goes light around its jaw and its belly. And it's got the most curious expression on its face. It always looks like it's smiling because of the way its mouth structure is.
And wants to bite you because he's always like, yeah.
It's just kind of looking at you, taking your measure. Dane, just looking at it, you've seen animals that are giant animals before. Spiders usually underground and things like that. Most of them have a little more intellect than your common animals do. This creature seems to share that trait, in that it has, it seems to be a little bit more intelligent than most snakes you would guess.
What's its diameter around its widest section?
Around its widest section, about 3 foot.
Diameter.
About 3 foot. You're pretty sure Barrow could ride it.
The diameter of the snake?
The diameter of the snake is about 3 foot around its belly.
So he's not carrying the snake.
Oh, no. The snake is slithering next to him.
I was imagining kind of like a halfling with like a boa constrictor sword.
Oh, no. It's slithering next to him on the ground, and every once in a while it'll like go around his chest and kind of peek its head out and then just go back on the ground.
Yeah, okay. I'm pretty sure that if I don't feed it rats, it'll just eat me.
Well, it is hungry.
So anyway, Quidnock, you and Barrow are over there next to the Pegasi, and the two maiden Pegasi are.
He's a little bit more scared now of that guy. Yeah,
neither one of them look. They seem very at ease around both of you. It's almost like they can tell. Quidnock's ties to horses, that he's a friend to horses. It's almost like they can tell that Barrow is a friend to nature.
Yeah, when he approaches, he'll make friendly horse type noises, as he gets closer.
The male at first kind of interposes himself in between you and the female a little bit. It's common behavior among horses, especially among Pegasi that are more intelligent than most. But it kind of, as you get closer and you make your friendly noises, Barrow, the way you approach it as well, you know how to treat with horses in a non-threatening way. It just kind of gets calm again and goes back to eating. They're majestic creatures, Quidnock. But there's, I'd like you both, Quidnock and Barrow, please make me a 20-sider, both of you.
17.
I got a 1.
Okay. Matthew, Barrow, right away, you notice that the wings on both Pegasi are clipped. They couldn't fly if they wanted to.
I'm gonna point that out to
Knock.
to the barbarian.
Okay.
He's not as familiar with wings as you are, probably.
Yeah, that's exactly why it didn't work out that way. But you do point it out to him. Tell the crowd and everybody how you're going to do it. Explain your dialogue.
All right. How do you pronounce your name again?
Quidinock.
Quidinock. I'm gonna tap him on his shoulder, and I point and say, Lord Henway's or somebody's clipped their wings.
And as he points it out, Quidnock, you see underneath the pinions, yes, some of the flight feathers have been taken out.
Have the wings been clipped, or the feathers have been cut?
The wings have been clipped a little bit.
So the part.
It'll grow back. It'll grow back. It's going to have to be constantly done, but.
Okay. So that was what I meant. Was it? Is it?
Yeah.
It's like cutting hair, or is it like we?
No, it's like cut hair.
We cut some
It's
of
like
the
cut
meat
hair.
off, so they cannot ever grow away.
Yeah, it's not like declawing a cat or anything. It's just removing the flight feathers.
He was about to get very upset and angry.
Yeah. Yeah. But these
He was about to like, I might ride one of these out of here someday, because he's like very upset about it.
Boy, this adventure took an interesting turn as you guys all take flight out of here. So anyway, you're treating with the Pegasi, and Dane, you're within earshot of this, and you look and you notice what Barrow was pointing out about the Pegasi, which brings you to look down in Melissa, and you can see the same thing's been done. You see the same thing has been done to the Manticore. The wings are clipped.
I mentioned that it's kind of like a circus or a zoo.
Does the Manticore have webbed wings?
No, it does not. It's like bat wings. As you say that, Barrow, he goes, well, he kind of points out at his livery. Karza does. He says, this is Lord, this building that you're in here. He says, this is what we Greyhawkers refer to as Lord Henway's menagerie. Lord Henway is a collector of curious beasts. He's very interested in monsters. He says he's things that aren't really common. He says, I thought that's why you were here, actually. He looks down at Melissa. He says, but clearly you have some other business with him that I'm not privy to.
Yeah, Karza, I was talking to the barbarian.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
He takes a step back. Horses just kind of look at you.
I suppose we should continue on to where we're going.
Quidnock, the male actually puts its head, kind of rests it along your arm, kind of nuzzles your arm a little bit. Barrow, the female, kind of walks around to the side of you and kind of brushes up against the side of you.
I don't know. Do I have any fruit in my bag?
Yeah, you have some dried fruit and some stuff that you feed the horses. When you went off after what you saw a fortnight ago, you were sure to supply up for your horses, so you have plenty of food in your feed bags.
I'll give one of them like a dried apple or something.
Okay. He said it's a great treat for them both. And Barrow, you have some stuff like that if you noticed in your backpack too, if you'd like to do the same.
Cool, sure. I'll feed the other one.
Okay.
He's got a sugared rat.
I got fruit too.
Yep,
Okay.
he's got fruit. You see him pull out a bunch of dates and stuff. The Pegasi seem very gratified by your generosity. Are you going to tether your horses, Quidnock?
I thought there was somebody who was taking them.
Okay, Karza will take them over there, and he starts to tether them to the thing. You see him starting to get a pitchfork out and start spreading hay. Hey, thanks, the dude, SJ. Appreciate it, man. Your horses are tethered. They're fed. Karza ensures that there's water in the trough there waiting for them. If your business is concluded, I'll be happy to take you to see Lord Henway.
Yes, tell me about him.
Lord Henway, I believe he's about, I think he's in his mid-60th year. Doesn't have a wife. He doesn't have any children. Um, it's his business why. He says his family became very wealthy in the old days when Greyhawk was being first established. My understanding is that they were instrumental in establishing some of the trade routes to the west into the gnarly forest. Um, he's a friend of the rangers there and some of the druidical folk. But Lord Henway also, in addition to being a merchant, he is a wise investor in some of the silver mines in Diamond Lake, to the northwest of here, just north of the Mist Marsh. So, very wealthy man. He's just got he's a little, at the risk of betraying my patron. He says he's a little eccentric. He's I know that some of the people here, some of his neighbors, he looks around at the empty houses around. He says they're afraid of him. They're afraid of what might happen if the menagerie was ever poorly tended. They're afraid of what would happen if some of these animals ever escaped. But for the most part, that's never happened. We do our jobs very well. We're all traded. Most of us here, myself, I was a adventurer. I'm a veteran of Greyhawk Castle. I know my way around monsters, and I know how to deal with them if they get unruly. But Lord Henway is also a friend to animals. He goes, as you can see from the Pegasi and from Melissa, because they're very well treated, they don't want for anything. He goes, says that Melissa in particular, we take her out for walks around inside of the enclosure when we can, when there's nobody in immediate threat. But that's the same with all the animals here. You've only seen a fraction, believe me.
Dane's ears prick up when he hears some of this, and he says, "Mines."
He sees you look over there. He sees you say your interest perk up. He goes, "Oh yes." He says, "I think there's 3 silver mines and I think they get moonstones, or is it opals? I can't remember out of the other. One way or another, it's more than enough wealth to keep him very well kept." He looks around the area and keep the monsters well fed, and he's always willing to pay good coin if you can bring back anything that he doesn't have in his collection.
I point at Duchess.
Looks over at, oh, so you are willing to give up your snake.
No, I was letting her know she has a place to go.
Oh, I see. Well, I suppose I won't bother you anymore with details. And is that answer your question?
Yes, let us see your chief.
Let's speak with Henway.
All right, well, very well. Please follow me. He starts ahead.
Why is he named Way of the Hen?
Oh, he laughs a bit. If you'd really like to know the story, he says, there is a story there. He goes, kind of leans in a little bit close. He says, Lord Henway's mother was the matriarch of the family, and she's very protective of her children. A lot of people say that's why the boys in the family are kind of a little bit mama's boys for the most part. Well, anyway, she got the name of her mother, Hen. Well, she was also one of the explorers that used to go back and forth and establish the trade routes between the gnarly and here. As a result, the Way of the Hen. He says, at any rate, he says that's why the road to the gnarly is called the Henning. There's I believe, he goes, if you're staying long enough, in probably about a month from now, they have a festival every year in which a matronly woman dresses up and leads a flock of hens down the road, kind of in honor of Lord Henway. He's not invited to that ceremony anymore.
My name means red wind. The red wind is the wind that blows in a storm.
I see.
you will not see why. Probably.
He nods. He goes, "That's good." He goes, I wouldn't want to cross purposes with you." He nods.
My name means burial grounds.
He looks over at you and says, "I can see why Lord Henway wanted to speak with you." And you, he
Quidinock
looks
looks
over
at
at
him
the
with a little bit
dwarf.
more
He says, "I
respect. He looks at
suppose
the-
your name means burial ground of humans or something?"
Dane turns to him and says, "My name's Copperhands. It means we mine copper. Let's go talk to this Henway."
All right. Well, then he walks.
Quidinock likes his new companions. He likes the little guys, the little guy's name. He's like, and the other guy is very direct. He appreciates that.
He takes a wide berth around where Duchess is standing. Barrow, when you come over, turn around and you see Duchess, she's looking over at Dane. You've been around Duchess long enough to know she actually she smells something that she likes. Being that most people don't realize this, but snakes generally have a very good sense of smell. A lot of them detect their way around just using smell. She is a snake that has excellent sense of smell. Probably she smells that earthy scent that a lot of dwarves share from being miners. Minerals in the ground and things like that. At any rate, the three of you begin to follow Karza. He doesn't say anything the entire way. He leads you, except for the most direct politenesses. He goes and walks you to the front door of this mansion, opens up the front door. It's a double doors there. He holds it open for the two of you. And inside this building, you see a 40 by 40 room. The ceiling is probably about 50 foot high. There's two long staircases that sweep up and around from the main floor up to a balcony. In between them is right in the middle floor. There is a fountain, and there's red fish swimming in this fountain. There's two ways to exit the room, to the left and the right, and ahead of you there's a way right between the stairs to access deeper into the mansion. But in front of that way going forward, there's a man that's standing there that probably you're guessing is Lord Henway from his age. He's about in his mid-60s. He's got black hair that's kind of balding a little bit. He pulls it back into a ponytail. Got a little bit of a goatee. He's wears a vest coat over a silk shirt, silk black breeches. He has one of those. Dane, you weren't really aware that too many people had these in human culture, but he has a pocket watch of gnomish make, silver pocket watch that he hangs from his vest coat. He's got boots. Looks at you and smiles. "Ah, welcome, friends. Welcome." He goes, "I'm Lord Henway. You must be Barrow, Quidnock, and Dane. It's my pleasure to make your acquaintance. Welcome to my mansion." Was everyone polite to you? Was everyone nice to you?
Except the one lady at the front.
He looks over at Karza. "Karza?" "Yes, Lord Henway. Please tell Lydia we won't be requiring her services any longer." He looks a little bit like, "Yes, sir."
Are you banishing her?
No. He shakes his head. I'm just releasing her from my service. If she's going to be rude to those who I wish to treat as friends, then I have no place in my home for her.
Quidnock just wanted to make sure that he didn't just witness someone get commanded to be executed, so he just wanted to be sure.
No.
Just wanted to be sure, because he was thinking it might be a little too rough.
Uh-huh.
No, he wants to be fair. He didn't like her, but he wants to be fair, so that's all.
Barrow, you see that Duchess is kind of looking in the fountain at these fish that are swimming around it. Lord Henway looks at her. He kind of looks over at her. He goes, "That is a giant black mamba, isn't it? Oh, she's a beauty." Did you know? He kind of says, walking towards it, more to Quidnock and Dane. He's looking over at her. Look at those scales. Take good care of her. Mostly a rat diet, right? I don't know if you know this, he tells her two of them. But Kewidnock and Dane, he goes, but the venom of a giant black mamba is one of the most deadly of the giant snake species. If that thing bites a normal person, I'd say they have probably 5 to 6 minutes of life left. You don't milk her, do you? He looks over at Beryl. Oh, good, good. It's not good. It's not necessarily good for them. It's bad for the teeth. Gosh, her teeth are in great shape. Looks over at her tail. I'm sorry. I'm getting carried away. My passion, you see. My passion.
I thank him for his donations to the Gnarly Rangers.
Oh, it was nothing. It's nothing. It goes way back in my family's history. Generosity towards your folk, charity is something that we very strongly believe in. The Henway family's always strongly believed in.
Your
Dane.
war is my war.
He smiles a bit. Right to the point, I see. Good, good, good. Well, then we'll be right to the point. But first, Mr. Copperhands, he nods. He says that I trust that your shipment was received in good stead.
My shipment should never have been taken. But the real question is, why have you brought us here? And brought us here you seem to have done.
Well, I won't deny that I pulled a few strings to make things happen. Not necessarily with our friend the Rover here. He says I'm not certain who would come. He says, but I've paid people good coin to discern things about the future, you see. And they told me that someone would come from the north, and I suppose that's you. Something about following a star. Does that sound right?
He just looks at him.
Good, good. Mr. Copperhands,
It doesn't say anything.
I won't deny my involvement. When I discovered that your iron shipment was stolen by the Thieves Guild, because precious minerals are my business, he says. I'm very connected in both the conventional sale of these things and in the underworld as well. And I found out about that, and I saw an opportunity to partner up with a group of well-respected dwarves, not only well-respected in business, but well-respected in the arts of war. And in particular, that is what I've called you all here for. Let me be blunt and let me be direct. 30 years ago, looks at your group, the free city of Greyhawk was a peaceful place, not unlike it is now, but it harbored a malignant cyst beneath its skin. In the sewers of the free city of Greyhawk, there was a creature that lived there. Perhaps you might have heard of her type before. She called herself the Falcon. She's very charismatic, a beautiful woman. She attracted all sorts of blackguards, wicked individuals, and cultists to her side. She was actually, in truth, a spirit Naga, shape-shifted into the form of a human woman.
Bad medicine.
He nods. Very, very much so. Worse still, she was in league with, kind of looks over towards the north a bit. I suppose that we are all alone and we are all men. I'll say his name. I use the old. She was attracting these people here as cultists, you see. She wanted to overthrow the city from within with a great army of cultists. That way Ayus could gain his revenge on the free city of Greyhawk. That was when I was a young boy. My mother, as a matter of fact, he says, she was one of the people that sponsored the heroes that took part in the quest that saw the Falcon overthrown. We don't really like to
So-
speak of such things in the Henway. I'm sorry, my friend. What did you say?
So she failed.
She did fail. Not
It
my
wasn't
mother, but the
immediately
Falcon.
obvious to him.
Yes. My mother always told me stories about this. Well, as I said, I have ties to both the overworld and the underworld, both. And as you've seen, I have an interest in creatures that are unusual.
You
Much-
talk to the dead?
Oh, no. Oh, no, heavens forbid. No, Lord be praised. No, no. No, he says, I only speak to the living. In particular, he says that it's where my interest in monsters came from, stories that my mother would tell me of the heroes that she would sponsor. And my grandmother, my great-grandmother's wayfaring to the gnarly.
He's just wondering, where's this underworld?
Mm-hmm. Right. He says that he looks at you, he says, I get it. He says, no, I mean the criminal element in our city. Those that live beneath the notice of the constabulary here.
The secret,
Yes.
stealthy people.
Yes, indeed. Yes. Very
Okay.
good. At any rate, my interest in both precious minerals and my interest in monsters made me perhaps one of the few people in the free city of Greyhawk that noticed something amiss very recently. Recently, there's been many mercenaries that have been hired forth to go to an area called the Mist Marsh, which is a bit to the southwest or southeast of Free City. First, you'd have to cross the Earned River, then you'd be going towards the to the Neen. But right before it hits the Aberrals, hills and the mountains, because there's a large marsh there. Really, it's kind of a dark, fetid place. Very ill repute. But in any case, these mercenaries that were hired with a very interesting mandate. They wanted to find eggs. Serpent eggs, to be exact. Well, he says, Barrow, I don't think I need to tell you, he says, that this time of year, looks out there at the late winter weather, says that there's not going to be too many eggs of serpents that are going to be hatching right now. So I did a little bit of digging. What I discovered is they're trying to find Naga eggs, in particular in the Mist Marsh. That's where my interest in monsters came into play. Because what I am aware of is that the Naga's life cycle, the way that Nagas, when they're born into a clutch of many eggs, usually about 20 to 25 eggs. But usually only one of them survives. That's because the dominant Naga child eats his siblings or her siblings in the egg. For some reason or another that really is unexplained in the Naga biology, it is those eggs that she consumes or he consumes that gives them their magical powers. There's always been a theory that this doesn't necessarily stop with juvenile Nagas, in that if adult Nagas were able to consume eggs of the Naga eggs, that they could also gain more and more magical power. It is my belief that the Falcon is not as dead as we thought she was. That these mercenaries have been sent forth in the Mist Marsh to find Naga eggs and deliver them to wherever she might lie right now, in such a way that the Falcon might gain even more incredible magical powers than she once possessed before. If this is true, and she were able to consume another entire clutch of eggs, I shudder to think of what she might do, what her revenge might be on the good folk of the world, what her revenge might be on the natural world or the city in which I live in. Now, none of the three of you have a stake in the free city of Greyhawk, but it is my home. And I'll be damned if I see this Naga storm the gates of my city with these magical powers that she's gotten from consuming newborn Nagas.
Called Cat Game, and I'm
Yeah,
downloading
Yeah,
the
it's
second.
upstairs.
I won't let that happen. Consequently, I've asked the three of you to come here to help me. Dane, I recovered your iron shipment as an act of goodwill. You don't owe me a thing.
Well, my family owes you a debt for that. So I will repay that.
He nods. And as for you, Barrow, he says, I knew that the gnarly rangers would send a representative. It seems, he points over at Duchess and you, says, it seems to me that they've sent a very capable representative.
I'm sure the Falcon will meet her Barrow soon.
He smiles. Yeah, when he said it, by the way, he hung on the word capable. Anyway, Quidnock looks over at you and says, I don't know exactly who would come from the north, but I do know this. The soothsayers and the seers that I paid good coin to determine what would come from the north told me to utter this sentence to you. He says, the yellow tree grows strong near the Naga's nest. What that means, I do not know.
I knew when you told the story that the people I seek are the types that would hire on to do this evil. And I will go,
He
for
nods.
they have a rendezvous with death.
He smiles and looks at the three of you. He says, very good. Very good. He says, I'm glad I can... He sighs, I feel much better knowing that three individuals like yourselves represent our goals. Now, I'd like to show you a map. Reaches out of his pocket. Comes as a scroll case. Yeah.
What kind of fish are in the little...
Are you going to ask him or are you going to look?
I'm going to look.
Roll me a 20.
13.
They don't look like any kind of fish you've ever seen before.
So my identify...
But there's a lot of them, and they all swim in a school.
Okay.
The water is much deeper than you thought. When you come over the edge and look at it, it's probably about 20 feet deep.
Oh.
Lord Henway looks
Do
over
they
at
have a
you.
lower jaw that juts out?
No. He looks over at you. He says, Mr. Bravelark, do take care around the Monolander hetfish exhibit. They're very dangerous. They're kind of fish that is can create a reaction with their bodies in which they release great amounts of heat. It could turn that. He points at that water. They could turn that thing if they wanted to into a boiling cauldron in but a moment.
So they can cook themselves?
Oh no, they're quite immune to that condition. In fact, if you put your hand in the water, he goes, you notice, and again, please don't. The water itself right now, he says, they don't thrive in cold water climes. He says, this water right over here is about 90 degrees Fahrenheit. And as you look at it a little bit closer, you do see little wisps of smoke coming off of it.
I'm glad he didn't do what I was thinking he might do.
Well, yeah, and actually Duchess was thinking about it too.
Yeah.
He was thinking about grabbing one and trying to put it over fire if there was a brazier of coals in here. But then he thought that would be rude to my guest, to the master, so I won't do that.
You'd be
So
pulling out a skeletal
he got
skull.
he got saved by.
So anyway,
see?
he leads you over to one of the large tables in the room. He rolls out a map that he produces from a bone scroll case, And by the way, for those of you who are huge Greyhawk fans, yes, the Hetfish is from WG5, Morton Canaan's Fantastic Adventure. Great module written by Rob Kuntz. At any rate, Lord Henway takes you over to this map and he rolls it out a bit. And you see a map that's very similar to the one that you'll see on the Twitch stream in game map there in the top corner. It says, as you'll see here, he points over in the top corner of it, you'll see the free city of Greyhawk. You'll have to cross the Erie River over there, or find a way overland, or perhaps you'll want to take the river itself, he says. The Mist Marsh lies between us and the Aberrals. I have no idea where she might be. I have no idea where her lair might be. I only know that wherever it is, it poses an incredible threat to the free city and everyone that's alive inside of it. Looks at the three of you. He says, if you need provisions, if you need equipment, so I can provide you with the best. Just need to tell me what you want, and we can go from there.
How do we get there?
Well, he says, there's one of really two ways. Are you a boating man? He says, you could take, we get you to the river, and then you could take a small craft down the river, down the Erie, and then down the Neen. Or you could just forge the Erie, and then you could walk overland into the Mist Marsh.
Are there fords?
If there are, he says, I don't think that... This has been a very wet winter, and I would suspect that many of them have collapsed.
Are there ferries?
Individuals, yes. People that live in
Ferries.
the lands by the Erie, along the banks, some of the landholders will ferry you. They
Is
might
there
even
a
be
sign
willing to
of
part
a-
with a boat for the right price.
Is there a sign of a road that reaches a river, and then we can kind of assume that there's a ferry that ferries
Yes.
larger things across?
Yes, there's a south river that goes to the farms that exist in the free city of Greyhawk's southern lands.
Because I plan on taking my horses. That's what I'm thinking.
Lord Henway says, if you're interested in that, he says, then I will send you with a document that says you're acting as my authorized agents and a letter of a promissory note for these individuals that you might treat with for 1,000 gold for use of a boat.
That sounds like a lot.
Nothing is too great of a cost when it comes to something that is of such import to the free city and to those who dwell within it. He says, for you, Barrow, he says, imagine the gnarly afire. Quidnock, imagine the barons overrun. Or Dane, an uprising of dark elves. All of these things this is tantamount to the same thing to me. And I won't go without a fight. I won't see my neighbors, even though they fear my menagerie. I won't see them put to the torch by Falcon and her rabble.
I don't need to imagine.
No, clearly you do not.
I will help you.
Barrow? Duchess? Do I have your aids as well?
I just nod.
And what of you, Dane?
I will go.
Good. I will send Karza along with 3 good men so that you can, if you wish it, to conduct you down to the farmlands. After that, you'll be on your own. I think it better that way, he says. I thought about hiring more mercenaries to accompany you, but I think a large force is only going to attract more trouble. If she has as many orcs, kobolds, and goblins in her employ that I think that she does, then going directly head-to-head with her forces would only result in disaster.
You can have that Lydia guide us.
He looks at you, he says, if you wish it, Dane, I'll make it so.
do so.
Are you sure? She seems like she'd be very loud.
As you guys are saying that, the door opens up and Karza walks in. Karza! Yes. Yes, Lord Henway. Call back Lydia. Tell her she's hired again. I think she's collecting her bags right now. Then you best make haste. Tell her she's got a mission. Very important one. Tell her that she looks over at the three of you and smirks. Tell her that she'll be part of an attachment in which she'll be she'll be a lieutenant among three very powerful warriors. Oh, I'm sure she'll like that commission, sir.
We need someone to collect firewood for us when we can.
He smiles. I don't think I'll tell her that. He turns around and walks out the door. Very
Can
well
she
then.
cook?
It's done. Oh, she'll do anything you want her to, he says, for the right coin.
Coin.
He says if she wants to keep her job, she will anyway. She's too arrogant, that one.
She may not.
Well, I suppose that the fates will see. Do you need any gear? Do any of you need any traveling, any supplements to what you possess?
Kawitanock looks at his two very short-legged new companions, and he says, "We should have mounts for my friends. Perhaps a cart." He looks at the halfling and the large snake that would have to be going with him. A little cart.
Of course, I'd be more than happy to get a cart. Would you
Right,
like?
a two-wheeled cart or something to put the snake on? I mean, you don't want the snake to travel like by herself the whole time. Like, I mean, snakes don't move that much distance, right?
Not that far, no. She can move pretty quickly, but not that far of a distance.
Right, she'll be all exhausted and then grouchy, and we don't want that.
No, we need a wheelbarrow.
A wheelbarrow.
You put me on the ropes with that one.
Boom.
All right.
You need wheels, Barrow.
He looks at the three of you and says, "I will make it so. Would you prefer a cart or a chariot?"
A chariot.
A chariot it is, he says.
And I also ask him for some more rats and stuff.
He says, I can make that happen. Dane, he says, you've been very quiet. Is there anything that you need in particular? The door opens and Karza walks in. Karza! He looks exhausted. Yes, Lord. Yes, Lord Henway. Fetch my new friends a chariot, two-wheeled chariot, something easily pulled by horses. Yes, sir. And tell Lydia that I want her to collect 50 rats from the grounds before we leave. Are you being serious, my lord? Do I look like I'm kidding? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'll make sure it happens. I guess I'll tell her they're for Melissa. You tell her what you need to tell her. But I want 50, no more, no less.
Rat catcher Lydia.
Well, it seems like the druid probably has some good bait, probably, right? I don't know.
There's probably a rat seller in the city.
Yeah, there's tons of rats in this this wondrous city.
Karza walks away again. You've been very quiet, Mr. Copperhands. Do you need anything? Any kind of supplies? Any sort of goods before we leave?
Just iron rations for the trip.
I'll make sure that you have some.
And a pony, right? Or some sort of sturdy, shorter horse?
A dwarven pony.
Nods. I actually have a stable that you probably saw as you walked in. We have a collection of horses. I believe that we have 3 or 4 dwarven ponies. I'll let you take your pick.
And maybe a pack, because there may be booty and loot and war trophies.
Whatever you find on your
prisoners.
trip, as long as you destroy the chances of these eggs returning to the Falcon, you may keep. In addition to the reward that I would give you personally for it, each one of you.
The eggs will be destroyed. The
Not
yellow
planning
tree
on prisoners.
prisoners for ransom, or dare I say, sacrifice.
The door opens again. Karza opens the door right as soon as he says, sacrifice. He kind of stops in mid-sentence. Karza, you're just in time. Take my friend Dane to the stables. He's authorized to take any of the 4 dwarven ponies that we have out there. Any of the 4 is his to take. Yes, Lord Henry.
I'll bring extra horses, don't worry. We can bring him back if we need to. Only if the spirit speaks to me. Will I sacrifice?
After you guys have the conversation with Lord Headway wrapped up, walk back out of the manor, unless you have any more business you'd like to conclude with him.
Food, rope. I also like lots of rope.
Okay. Food, rope, and what?
I would like a lot of rope.
Okay, food, rope.
The appropriate rope for my lassos and lariats so that I can...
Okay, Barrow, is there anything that you want in specific?
I think I'm okay.
Okay, good. Dane, and you wanted rations. When you guys all... yeah?
Food.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Dane, Quidnock, and Barrow, you reconvene outside by the stables. And as Lord Henway suggested, he does have 4 fine dwarven ponies, a mare, and 3 male, I guess you would call them stallions, all 4 of them. They all look like those Icelandic horses that are all like miniature horses. Very stout, strong horses, used for work primarily. Very squat animals. One of them is kind of a rowan brown. One of them is black with some spotting at the tail. One of them is white, and another one of them is kind of got just patchy all over it.
Woodnock, can you pick me 2?
Yes. I'll look for the 2 sturdiest.
The black
Healthiest.
one and the one that with the kind of the spotting at the tail are the 2 strongest of the 2 for sure. They're both there. One of them is the mare. The first one, the black one, is the mare, and the other one is one of the stallions. You take them out of there.
Is that going to be a problem?
Won't be. Nah, you know how to treat with them.
All right. I mean, I just meant like, that stallion's gonna.
Yeah.
He's gonna want to get some after a while. So
in season, yeah, but not right
okay, that can interrupt us.
now. So you guys are at the stables. Is there anything else that you would like to get besides these things that you've mentioned?
Additional water skins.
Mm-hmm.
When
Karza comes back with the chariot, Barrow, the chariot actually exceeds expectations slightly. The chariot is pretty big. It could fit probably 2 or 3 people on it. And it's actually got sides on it that look like they could be used as arrow slits. Open face to it. It could be used pretty well for cover as you ride on it. So it looks pretty good. He didn't skimp on it.
What kind of, is it heavy or is it like?
It's heavy. It's got some iron pieces on it to protect the rider.
Okay. No protection for the horses.
No protection for the horses. So
yeah, I was thinking of a cart. This might be difficult, but we have what we have.
He loads up. Karza loads up the cart, or the chariot, I should say, with 6 bundles of 50-foot rope, hemp rope. There is enough rations, including actual dwarven iron rations, that are there for probably about maybe a month worth of journey for the three of you, plus your
We're
horses.
going to divide the load amongst us and our mounts
Right.
so that we don't lose everything in one shot if it's on something.
Got it.
I'm
He
going
also
to prepare the ropes.
he
with
also
lassos
brings
on each
you
of the horses.
water skins and the like 4 actually mini kegs of dwarven mead. And finally, the last thing you see is Lydia comes walking up with this scowl on her face, and she's got a bag over her shoulder, and she just drops it in the back of the cart. And boy, Duchess looks excited.
I look at her and I say, "Hey, rat catcher, where's your badge?"
She looks absolutely mortified. She just turns around. She goes, "I'll be waiting outside the walls for you." Turns and walks out.
Quidinock does this to the halfling as like a side. That is, I see you. I see you. Like that's I witnessed.
That's friggin' good.
That's a tribal sign. Like
That's good.
important.
Is it rude if I connect?
No, it's not.
Okay.
So anyway, by the way, I'm looking at our stream feed right now, and somebody, Greta Wolf's Lair, LOL Jay said Dane wasn't planning on prisoners.
Well, of course not.
Good night, Daka Flock Flame. Thanks again for your donation, man. That was really super kind of you. Okay, so you guys all convene outside the gate. You see Lydia is there along with 2 other soldiers that you haven't met before. They're all wearing the livery of Lord Henway. They're mounted, all 3 of them. Quidnock, make me a 20, please. Actually, Barrow as well.
17.
2. Barrow, you and Quidnock both notice that the horses that they're riding are just probably of average quality, but they only have to make it to the river and back, so should be okay. If something were to happen, though, they would quickly be left behind by some of your superior mounts. Go ahead, Barrow.
Is them flashing the colors going to be an issue, do you think?
You guess that it won't be an issue because they're only going through the domain of Greyhawk to the river. If they actually had to go with you all the way, it would be a huge problem.
Cool.
Okay. Well, also our papers can lead back to Henway as well. I was thinking about it.
It will, but again, you're only going to be treating with the people in the domain of Greyhawk rather than you're not going to have to go too far. The 3 of you leave through the south gate of the free city of Greyhawk. Not much fanfare or anything like that, but a lot of people kind of watching you as you leave because of the chariot and the livery that they see. They kind of you attract way more attention than you did the first time you came through.
Now,
go ahead.
I'm in the chariot with Duchess, right?
Yes, you are.
Can I sit on the edge and kind of dangle my feet?
Of course you can. Looking, facing backwards?
Yeah.
Yeah. Duchess curls up around your body like 3 times, kind of like making like a sweater of herself, and kind of perches her head on your shoulder and watches the
Is
world.
Lydia the chariot driver?
No, Lydia's in one of the horses.
So who's driving it?
One of the other soldiers driving it.
Okay.
He's driving the chariot. Doesn't say anything to you the whole way, Barrow.
But our chariot horses are quality, right?
Your chariot horses are quality. So you guys leave the free city. The domain of Greyhawk in late spring, or late winter, early spring. The thaw hasn't quite come yet, so the ground is it's kind of frozen a bit. Twinkles in the morning sunlight. Thin bit of fog over the grasslands. The long plain of rolling grasslands ahead of you. You see farms in the distance. To your far east, there's a shadow of a great windmill that you see. far to the west. Far to the east, the silhouette of a 3-towered castle in the distance. Put these things behind you as you begin to ride southward.
Quidinock is just staring at the windmill as we travel.
Mhm.
Is it moving?
No, it does not move at all. The sails do not move at all. And why don't you roll me a 20?
13.
When the sunlight hits it in the right way, you think it might actually be made out of stone.
The sails?
Yeah.
It's just he's
Never
never
heard
seen
anything
some
like it in
structure
your
like
life.
that.
Huh?
Very rarely. He's not used to seeing things like that.
Yeah, absolutely. You guys begin to go south over the grasslands. Barrow, a 20, please.
13.
And also for you, Dane, please roll me a 20. Barrow, the air is clear. It will probably give you some snow flurries later today, later in the afternoon, you figure. Wind is
18.
going to be pretty brisk today, but it should be relatively clear. So, and now you realize why Duchess is circling you like she is. Warmth.
I relay the weather report.
Okay.
You might need to wrap her in a blanket.
Dane, what did you roll for your 20?
Sweater.
Dane, you with us, bud?
Oh, yeah, I rolled an 18.
Okay. Looking at the ground here, this area that is on the beneath you, it's mostly clay. It's probably not good for mining where it is. However, the area you're pretty sure is tunneled pretty extensively outside the walls of the Free City. You get the impression it was probably done that way intentionally to prevent sappers, so that heavy, like things like siege engines moved up against the wall would collapse the tunnels and make them useless. But it's just a piece of trivia that you notice as you're beginning to ride out. You don't notice any kind of sign of humanoid activity here. Just kind of a peaceful ride off into the late winter morning. As the afternoon begins to encroach on you, the sun is out high in the sky, but it's hidden behind clouds. The snow is probably about an hour away, Barrow, you figure. There's probably maybe an eighth of an inch on the ground right now. The wind is blowing it to and fro, so it doesn't accumulate too much. Your group is riding pretty much in silence ahead. You begin to see farms in the distance. They're very wealthy farmlands. The fields nothing is growing out in the fields right now. People are pretty much in still for the season. Every once in a while, you will see a farmer walking around out there. He just kind of watches you as you guys go by.
For a night, let's stay at a farm.
About an hour later, you hear Lydia looks back at you. She says, "Over there to the left." She sees you see 4 horses coming towards you. They're all armed. They've got bow and lance, at least that you see. Huh?
The horses?
No. The horsemen on top of the horses. Yeah, they're centaurs. No, they come closer and closer, and you can see that one of them is
my bow.
You see that one of them is flying the flag of the Free City. They see you as you start to come closer. They say, "Strangers, hold up." Now, Quidnock, you're in the lead of the bunch. What are you going to do?
I will take my bow drawing hand off and just do this.
Mm-hmm.
So we stop.
Okay. Everyone else going to stop? Dane, Barrow?
I'll stop.
I'm in the cart, so.
Yeah. Well, he stops. The driver stops. Dane, are you going to stop as well?
Yes, I'm going to stop and I'll say over to Lydia, Lydia, show them our pass.
She nods. She says, "We represent Lord Henway's estate." Says she holds up paper. "Come forward," to her. You watch her ride forward. She starts to talk to these men. She points over her shoulder, kind of thumbs over. They kind of nod. She shows them the paperwork. The one in the lead reads it, nods, puts it back together, holds it out to her. She takes it. He kind of nods, and they ride off. As they ride off, they ride past you. They look at the three of you as you walk as they go by. "Good day, travelers." Keep going by. They leave.
What kind of lances do they have? Spears, or are they actually lances?
No, they're actually light lances, all of them. That was Free City of Greyhawk patrol.
Strange. What kind of armor?
Looked like scale, maybe like leather scale.
Strange.
Under tabard. So they you begin to ride forward again. You see the farms and everything like that. The snow begins to come. The wind is coming from the west. It's blowing pretty briskly, about maybe 20 miles an hour. The snow is coming down just like Barrow thought, in flurries right now. It's not really nothing huge, not like a gale wind or anything like that. The skies above are this leaden belly of clouds that obscure the sun completely, and all you can see is that light that kind of manages to peek through it a little bit. The grassland is frozen.
Feels like home.
It does feel like home to you, except for the farms that aren't burned to the ground. Yeah, except for that.
Yeah.
So anyway, you begin to continue. You continue on. Will you continue on like this all day long?
Yes.
Dane? Yes. Barrow? Yes.
Well, I'll follow as long as we're not straining our horses or anything.
No, and all three of you the two of you, you and Barrow, are pretty convinced that when it comes to horse flesh, Coidnock knows his shit. So you guys he's pretty good with horses, you get the impression.
You're welcome.
So so you guys begin to go forward into the as the sun is beginning to set. And as the sun is beginning to set, you can see ahead of you the large flow of the river. The river is probably it's a bigger river than you expected. It's probably about 500 feet in width.
So how far from the river are we?
Oh, probably about a quarter of a mile, half mile.
Yeah. Let's stop here. I don't want to be on the bank of the river.
Okay. Your horses all pull up. The river is flowing, curiously to you at least, is flowing from west to east, a little bit to the north, which is unusual. Here, most rivers flow to the south usually in this part of the world. Dane, you and Barrow are good enough with the local geography that you know that the Salenton River is which is a major flow, is just over to the west, and so it forces. This is just a tributary of the Salenton before it empties out into the Woolly Bay. So it really isn't unusual that the flow is coming this way. It's just really strong. The flow of the river is pretty brisk. It's coming probably. You don't think Coidnock that it will be easily forded. It's probably too deep and probably too fast.
Well, the snow is melting.
The snow is going to be frozen in places, but it's going to be treacherous too.
I mean, like, that's what usually makes them bigger in the late winter.
Oh yes, I'm sorry. Yes. That I thought you were referring to. Could you ford at a frozen spot?
No.
Yeah, I thought that's what you meant. Okay. Yeah, we're on the same page there.
Yeah.
Okay. So there you are, all three of you, probably a quarter mile away from the river. You can see it. The terrain is descending towards the river Slightly. What will you do?
Is there a farm nearby?
a quick glance up and down the river, there is a farm to the south of here, a little bit southwest of here. Um, looks decent sized farm.
Like, we're not talking miles. We're talking.
No. You're talking probably about 10-minute ride.
Let's go stay there, and we don't have to work as hard. We can stay in the barn. We can promise that you'll help kill some rats for them. Barrow, is that okay?
I'm sure Duchess would love a little hunt.
And it would be warm without having to get Lydia to build a fire.
Lydia pretends she doesn't hear you. She's just kind of looking up the river one direction. But when you say that, you know she can hear you because she's here stiffing just a little bit. Quidnock, you, Dane, and Barrow begin to ride towards the farm, and as it comes closer, you see that the farm is actually built right on the banks of the river. There's a small boat there. You see actually a very large boat that's next to it. You can see that the farm is sort of, it might be kind of not in full disrepair, but it's probably not in tip-top shape. As you get closer and closer, somebody comes out of the farm and starts approaching your horses. Quidnock, you're still in the lead. You're just out of bowshot range. What are you going to do?
It's an individual coming out?
Just one individual. Looks like she's probably a female, and it looks like she's probably just a bit taller than Dane.
Okay, is she's carrying stuff in her hands?
Yes, she's got something in her hands.
Like a shield, a weapon? She's coming out defensively?
Yes, she looks like she's got a shield in her hands, and it looks like a staff.
Okay, well, we'll ride.
As you ride closer, you can see the staff is just a piece of wood. The shield is a rickety piece of wood, basically.
Staff still hurt.
It's a girl of probably about 13 years old. She's got kind of reddish brown hair, smattering of freckles. Her hair is done in braids. She looks at you. She's got blue eyes. She wears a dress, and she looks really scared as she sees you coming.
We're not going to increase speed. We're just going to stay nice and easy paced as we get close. At about 75 feet short, I'll stop.
She looks a little scared as she reaches. She looks at you. She says, "Hello, strangers. Are you here for food?"
We seek shelter for the night.
Oh,
we can pay some coin.
What's your charisma again, Quidnock? For the crowd.
7.
For the crowd.
7.
She looks really scared of you, and Barrow, you can tell that she looks really scared of him.
I'm gonna leave Duchess in the cart, and I'm gonna walk up, and I'll pat Quidnock on the back because that's probably as tall as I can reach.
Yep, that's about as tall you can reach.
He's like, maybe you can talk to this young one.
Are your parents at home?
What's your charisma for the group?
15.
Just my mom and my 2 sisters. My dad's not here anymore.
We seek shelter for the night, like my friend was saying. Can you go get your mother?
Well, is it true what your friend said, and maybe you'd be willing to pay some coin for it?
Yes.
I think my mom would like that. Come with me. My name's... She looks over at you, Barrow. She goes, "My name's Molly." She reaches over.
I shake her hand. "Hi, Molly. I'm Barrow."
I'm sorry about the stick. I just didn't know. I'm the oldest, and I didn't know what to do.
Never apologize for wise decisions.
My friends were very scared.
She laughs a little bit. She goes, "Look at you with all your weapons and your nice stuff. You guys had nothing to worry about. I come on. I'll show you. I'll introduce you to my mom.
I apologize. We're sorry for scaring you.
It's okay. I'm just really jumpy. You know, there's orcs around here and goblins and kobolds and worse. And ever since Dad, you know, I just didn't want. I don't. You know." She turns around and walks with you towards the house.
You are safe with us here.
She looks over at Dane. Dane, are you going to meet her eye contact at all?
Yes, and Dane grimaces at the sound of kobolds and goblins.
She nods. She looks over at you guys and says,
I know we gotta hope something happens.
"Well, I feel safer here with you. I hope my mom
I
says the same thing. What are your names anyway? So I can introduce you."
I'm Dane.
Looks over at you two.
I say I'm Yurtis's tiny talon.
Oh, wow, that's quite a name.
Or known as Barrow.
She looks at you and kind of cocks her head, and she says something in Orcish that sounds sort of like this would be in English. Pigeons walk upside down. She kind of looks at you like questioning, like,
I ask if she knows what she just said.
yeah. I asked you if that meant like you were like a bird claw.
Yeah, and I tell her the proper translation.
Oh, I'm so embarrassed. That's terrible. I was supposed to learn how to speak with them in case they came and they wanted to attack us. And all I've got is this stupid book in the house, and I can't understand half the words in it. And it's
I don't think you'd be able to reason with them anyway.
maybe not, but it killed my dad, and I want to get back at him. She makes a face.
I know the feeling.
A quest of vengeance.
Kind of, I guess. She looks over at the
Couldn't-
fields. You guys can see that the fields haven't been tended in this area, and they probably got it before reaping, and that's probably why the house is in disrepair right now. They probably weren't able to harvest. They're probably broke. The family is, and the prospects for survival are not good.
They're dead
However,
already,
you
to
also
quote the
can see
Hound.
Dane right away looking at this ground here. It's actually pretty good land. You wouldn't mind actually possibly seeing an establishment of a mine here. There might be something to be found here. Anyway, she leads you to the house, and as you go out to the house, you see an older woman that's there with two young girls. They look like twins. They're just like Molly is. They both have that sandy red hair, smattering of freckles. The older woman just looks like an older version of them. Mom, I brought some friends. This is the tiny talon of your truce, and this is I hope I say this right. This is Quidnock.
I never told her my name.
Oh no, she didn't. Okay. These two are friends too. This is Dane over here, and I don't know your name. I'm sorry, but they need a place to stay, and you can see the mom's. She's just like, I cannot believe you did this. She's looking at her daughter, but
We have coin.
I asked Lydia for the papers,
Lydia produces the papers. She gives them to you.
and I produce them to the mother, and I say, "You will be rewarded handsomely."
She takes the paper and opens it up. Little girl's next to her. What's it say, Mommy? What's it say? Shh, shh, shh. Lord, I know that name, Lord Henway. Is this real? 1,000 gold?
It is real. Is that your boat?
That's our boat, yes, but it's got a hole in it. It's not really ready. We'd have to patch it. I suppose Molly told you about Samuel.
He
She
did.
did.
I've got a few choices for places you can stay in the night, but I'd rather you stayed in the house. The barn's too cold this time of year.
Not
Horses.
with all our animals in it.
She looks over. Well, I suppose that's true. She says, "We've got a cow in there. Goes,
A
What
milking
in-
cow?
She looks over. She goes, "What in the name?" She looks over at the inside the chariot. She goes, "By Nero's black balls, is that a snake?" "Mommy, I'm scared of snakes." One of the little girls says, "Shh, shh, shh. Be okay. You'll be okay, sweetie."
Nice job, Barrow.
Molly says,
I asked,
Molly says, I came pretty close to it. It didn't do anything to me. I think it's a nice snake.
I asked Duchess to come forward.
She kind of slithers along the ground, along the frozen ground over to you, curls up
Now-
around your leg once, kind of peeks
It's
her head
this wide. Look,
That-
my hands don't even fit in the screen for this.
up. Yes,
Yeah.
it's that
Um,
wide.
I give the girls some rats to feed Duchess.
The little girls or Molly.
All three of them.
Make me a percentage die roll. Oh my god.
The snake
90.
bites them all.
What'd you get?
90.
Both the little girls seem absolutely mesmerized by your presence. I rolled an 03 over here. They just they take the rats. How do we do this? I just like hold it up.
Yeah, I teach them a
Okay.
couple ways that I get Duchess to do tricks and stuff.
The mother comes over to Quidnock and Dane. She goes, "My name's Sarah," she says, looking at the two of you. What do you think is fair for the night? I'm not really an innkeeper.
Is this the place that we have the writ for?
No,
Near the
it
river?
is one of the places you could use the writ for. You could go to a host of places up and down the river.
Well, then let's just cash that bad boy in, make him fix the boat up, feed us for a while.
She looks at the two of you. She says,
It would save their farm.
the two of you, I don't know what's fair. I'm not really an innkeeper. She finishes as you finish your thought to yourself. Dane, do you have anything you want to tell her?
Well, I'll say we need to stay, but we need to cross the river. Is your boat repairable? I asked her.
Not by me, but I know the boys, the Riverforder brothers up the river. They, that's what they do. So yeah, I just don't have the look around you. I don't have the spare coin to pay.
Well, we have coin, and we might be interested in buying your boat, but for the night, we'll pay a fair amount for our stay.
Well, she says my girls seem to really like your friend over there. They're all giggling and laughing, feeding Duchess, and Duchess is in heaven right now. She's sitting there eating all the rats she could possibly eat. These rat treats. Quidnock, every time she feeds the little girls feed the rats, you see the three soldiers that Lord Henway gave you. The two men are talking to Lydia, and they're just busting her balls incessantly about that. They're like 1, 2 every time they feed. One. That's 2. That's 3 more you're going to have to catch by morning. Would you shut up?
Quidnock says we have our own food if that's the problem.
Oh, I wouldn't think of it. No, I'll feed all of you tonight. if you were going to pay for coin, it's you're going to pay for your lodging. It's only fair that I serve you food. I've got enough for your whole lot. She goes, I don't suppose. She looks down at Dane. She says, you don't mind? And you know what? I have something for you too. I have a dish that I can make. Don't know too much halfling cuisine. She looks over her shoulder, watching Barrow and the girls play. Throwing the steak there. But I'll think of something.
Can I hear this?
Yeah. Oh no. You're still there with the girls. The girls are just adore you.
So there's going to be 6 of us staying.
That's fine, she says. I'll make
Oh.
food. I knew you had an army here. She says, I'll feed them all. No big deal. One of them, their names is
20
Anna, and the
gold
other one's
there.
name is Mary Barrow. The two
We
little
could-
girls. They're twins.
I'd offer 20 gold.
Her jaw just drops when you say that. Are you being quite serious, sir?
We're very serious.
Get in this house before you catch your death of cold, all 3 of you, please. And bring the snake, too. Mommy, I want to ride the snake in. Barrow said it was okay. Oh, my. She shakes her head, paler as breath. Well, I guess if it's safe. The guards are kind of snickering to themselves behind there. One of the men looks over at Dane. He says, seems like you guys make friends fast. Doesn't hear you say anything, just kind of minds his own business then.
I'm going to take the horses and make sure they're
Okay, you go over to
check
the
stables out.
You go over to the stables.
Yeah.
Barrow, you and Dane go inside the house. The house, as I said, it's a little bit run down, but it is big, and at one time it was very nice. You can tell it
Is
was
there
very
grass
nice.
around, or is it all like
What's that?
frozen? Is there grass around? Or
It's
is it all
grass. There is
frozen
grass
up?
there, but it's frozen.
All right.
Okay.
Go in the stables. Is there enough hay? Is it fresh?
There
or
is
it
enough hay,
gross?
and there is the cow that is in there immediately takes notice of your presence, moos. Quidnock, roll me a 20.
10.
You are distressed to notice large footprints, followed by a lot of small footprints around and in, actually, this barn. Quidnock, the way that the livestock reacts to you, the cow, she was scared of you at first when you opened the door.
They're fresh.
At least within the last 24 hours, you figure.
So it's looking like the scouting of humanoids, kobolds, and whatever.
Either that or they were looking for something and he didn't find it. One of the two. Meanwhile, Dane and Barrow, you're inside. True to the girls are laughing and loving life as they ride Duchess into the who's being a good sport about the whole thing. She just slithers into the house and the girls are laughing. Mommy, I want a snake too. Sweetie, I don't think we can find a snake quite like Duchess. Why don't you boys sit down? I'll start the fire. She looks over at Lydia. She goes, "You're with me." She looks at her like, "Excuse me?" She goes, "The women are going to be in the kitchen tonight, dear." She goes, "Whether you like it or not. Now, come on, you're going to help me cook." Lydia just looks, her face just goes beet red. She goes, "I hope you're good. I hope you're handy with a potato peeler like you are with that sword." So they disappear into the girls are
Quidnock
like,
says, "At least you'll be warm."
she looks back at you and just kind of scowls and walks back into the kitchen. Barrow,
Yes.
the girls are the 3 girls are looks at you and Dane, and they're like, so Molly said that you guys were probably adventurers. Have you guys done anything really cool before? Like, have you
Little girl, you're very interested in what we do.
I am, yeah.
That's yes. But first, I must talk to my friends. Please go and come back a little bit later.
Yes, sir. Come on, girls. Come on, let's go. She takes her
7
sisters away
charisma.
out of the room.
Mm.
The three of you are in the room, the main room of the of this house. The fireplace is roaring now.
So he's
stone
going to call
fireplace.
the party together.
You do.
He-
Are you calling the
he's gonna-
guards as well?
Yes.
The two. Okay, the two male guards come over.
And he's going to say, I have seen tracks in the mud of the barn that that show the fanged ones have been here.
Which fanged ones?
Probably the little ones and the orcs. Probably. Maybe goblins and kobolds. Small and large, but definitely they weren't human, right? They were
No,
clearly
for
not.
sure not human.
Okay.
I'm familiar with goblin and kobold tracks. I'll have to go see them.
They're over by the cow, and I tell them which stall, whatever.
Okay. Are you going to join him out there, Quidnock?
Yeah.
Okay, you go
Yeah.
with him. Barrow, you staying inside? One of the guys says.
Not at all.
Okay. One of the guards looks over. He goes, "I'll stay with the halfling. You go out there with those two." Oh, you're right. Where it's dangerous, right?
I'm going out.
Oh, you are going out. Well, we'll both
Yeah, I'm
go
not
out.
staying inside.
I love how you volunteer me for everything. You see, when they start walking out, the two of them together. I suppose you want me to lead too. Well, that was your idea. Dane, make me a 20-sider as you go out there and he shows you where the footprints are.
Do I?
Barrow, no, not you. Dane, roll me a 20, please.
17.
Okay. Dane, you definitely see kobold and goblin tracks. You're thinking that there's probably, of the two of them, between the two of them, there's probably about 15 of these little sons of bitches out there. Barrow, there's at least 5 orcs. You can tell right away. You didn't even need to roll, you know.
Yeah.
You can see the signs of it. Whatever they also have, Quidnock, there's marks on the door that imply to you that they may be armored because it looked like it might have been opened by a gauntleted hand. There's like cuts in it enough.
Perhaps we should follow them back to their camp.
Guards look over at, aren't we going to have any of Sarah's spaghetti before we leave?
What?
That's a human thing. We have it in the Free City. So this guy came back a few years ago with these thin noodles. He came from somewhere far to the west.
Is that why all those city dwellers are so fat?
I just think they don't work out very much. They're not men of action like us.
These guards can watch the horses in the house.
I think that's a great idea, one of the guards says.
But we should take Lydia with us. She has spirit.
I think that's even a greater idea, he says.
Once she's done her kitchen duty. Nah, just kidding.
The two of you, you guys are, no wonder you guys are good adventurers. That's an awesome idea.
I think we should cut Lydia some slack.
Yes, I think Lydia might be detrimental. I think we move better together based on our travel. I can tell that. What's the dwarf wearing? Is he wearing armor?
Dwarf, what are you wearing?
I'm wearing chainmail. I've a shield. I've got a warhammer on my back, and I've got a hand axe on my throwing axe at my belt.
Nice.
He's ready.
So is it agreed that we're going to backtrack them and?
We can tell Lydia to watch, to watch the house and the barn while we're gone.
Right, and the guardsmen also will stay, yeah?
One of the guards looks at you. He says, listen, he goes, not that you need any encouragement. I can tell you guys are a man of action. Hey, thanks so much, Grendelwolf. You're the man, dude. We really appreciate it. I know Jay will appreciate it. We're all really gratified that you did that. Thank you so much, man. Thanks for just coming here to view us in and of itself, man. Supporting it is half the battle. We appreciate it, especially at this time of the morning. Going back to it, the one of the guard says, just not that it looks like you guys need much encouragement, but I just want to remind you that these guys came once; they'll probably come again. If you let them live, this house could be burned to the ground by the next time we see it on our way back.
Why did they? Do we have any idea why they didn't do anything?
Recon. They're just doing recon.
Yep.
That's
And
not
Barrow,
good.
from what you know of orcish tactics, that is a very common thing that they will do. Is they'll use force recon with some minor humanoids like this, and then they'll come with a much larger force next time.
It is time to go on the warpath.
Dane?
Let's not let them live.
I must prepare.
I love how
So-
blunt you guys are.
Kawitanock goes and he gets his saddlebag out.
Mhm.
He changes his shoes and puts on his best,
Oh,
highly
yeah.
decorated shoes.
Hmm.
He gets his paint ready. He paints his face up black here and red in the middle.
Hmm.
He's got his robe red and black. Fades the black back.
The guards are
gets
kind of
special-
whispering to themselves, watching you do this.
He gets his comb. He gets his hair ready with his eagle feathers all splayed properly. And he unfolds a special package and he gets a vest, a very special, obviously, vest. I'm not sure exactly how it described the decorations on it and all that. You can do that, Carlos. And then
Okay.
he dons the vest.
The vest is a
Ready.
doe-skin vest, and across the front of it there are many bones of humanoids that are attached to it in kind of rows down the front of it. Every single one of them looks like the finger bone of a slain humanoid all the way down the front of it, with feathers, long feathers that trace the sides of it, look like fire kind of swirling around the outsides of it. As soon as you put it on, the door opens up and Lydia says, "It's time for..." Ah! Oh, what are you doing?
We're going to go kill things.
Before or after dinner, it's ready.
After.
Before. He's like,
No
your
time to waste.
your sense of smell will be deadened.
All right, well, I'll get my spear. Hold on.
You may stay. We're leaving the guards here to secure the farm because we found tracks in the barn.
Okay, are you sure?
We're sure.
All right, well, good luck then. Oh,
I
by
take
the
a
way,
little snack.
well, it just so
Halfling
happens I have one. She reaches down and pulls out a small bag. She hands it to you.
Is it a rat?
No, there's 3 of them in there. Rat catcher extraordinaire. She throws them against your chest, turns around and walks out. They were in the
Okay,
kitchen.
I'm not gonna give her any slack now.
They were in the kitchen.
They were in the kitchen.
Um,
Nice snack.
now I have a quick question, Carlos.
Yeah.
What does a ring of chameleon power do?
It makes you it's almost like a ring of invisibility that works in natural surroundings. Anybody who's played D&D with me before knows of my love of the Unearthed Arcana stuff. Because players aren't ready for it, that is an Unearthed Arcana magic item.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna let them know that I'm gonna scout ahead.
Okay.
Well, we have to track them some distance. I'm gonna probably leave the bow and just take some javelins, and of
Okay.
course my special javelin,
Okay.
and
Da-
of course all my.
Dane, how do you want to approach this the tracking?
Well, I'm not wouldn't be the main tracker. I don't think with the barbarian and a druid in tow.
Right.
I want to take my weapons gear with me, but my supplies I'm going to leave behind, like food supplies. And,
Okay. Okay.
Uh,
So you begin to all of you get yourselves ready for this journey.
the
Yeah.
dwarf will help us see if we.
Because
we
it's
see
starting
that.
to get dark.
Yes.
Right.
I too.
Barrow, you are of the opinion that overnight there will probably be maybe 2 to 3 inches of snow. The snow is going to come down a little bit harder. Fortunately for you and for Quidnock, it's going to make it real easy to track these guys if they're out and about. But it will also make it very easy for you to be tracked in turn.
Yeah. Is there a way we can cover our tracks?
There's an ability that a druid has that's called
Why?
Pass Without a Trace in
Don't we want them to
natural
find us?
surroundings. What?
Don't we want them to find us?
Barrow, you feel like you could. There's no way the dwarf is going to be able to do it, and you're not even sure about Quidnock.
Well, I just don't want them to come back to the house after we leave.
The possibility always exists, but you've got guards there. My question for you is, what are you going to do with Duchess? Is she coming with you?
100%.
Okay. Duchess is coming with you.
Now,
All right. Are you going to be mounted or are you going to be on foot?
like, am I going to be
Whatever.
riding Duchess?
You could be riding Duchess if you want to. She's going to slither right over the snow really easy.
I'm gonna get some coals from the fire, get them burning, and I'm gonna put some herbs on it so I get the smoke.
Yep.
I'm gonna get my special oil out.
Oh boy, look out. Mm-hmm.
Do all that.
You guys
Just
see
gonna-
him going for his battle ritual. Are you
He-
going to be
he-
mounted or not?
Not mounted. He's going to pull a little statue out and set it down, and he's like, "Lupatame, I see you."
As he says that, you guys watch the statue. The small statue starts to grow. A shoulder first. It seems like something hatching out of a stone egg. As its shoulder snaps out of it first, the other arm kind of crawls out of it. See a long muzzle poke forth from it. And as it comes out, there's this dark wolf that steps out of the stone, walks around his feet, and just kind of curls around and looks at the world with these eyes that are hungry and searching around. It's pretty
They-
impressive.
He brings it over, and he's like, "We're on the hunt."
Just kind of
I,
And
ho-
he's
growls a little under its throat.
I hold out my hand like he did to me earlier, like, as a just a sign of, that was cool.
Okay. You
I'm
guys end
gonna-
up leaving.
I'm gonna do my dwarven battle ritual. I'm gonna elaborately take out my flask, do the top, take a big slug of dwarven brandy, and then spit a mouthful into the fire.
Whoosh! It goes up in a big flame. Yeah, that stuff's strong, man.
He made fire.
I didn't give you one for that. Okay, so you guys end up leaving before sunset or after sunset.
Well, I'm the reason I'm well. There's two things we can do. We can try to go mounted and go fast and use speed versus sneaking, which there's some merit to that, because the wolf could probably track him faster than he can following trails. Or we decide to go as quieter and get closer, slower, but then we're not mounted. What do you prefer, gentlemen?
Well, I'm no
Well,
tracker, so
Yeah, we can't really do that with the chariot and the snake anyway, so we'll have to go by foot. I think.
Yeah, I think Duchess and I can stealthily lead way easily enough.
Okay.
Quidnock, you're pretty convinced of that too.
Yeah, so we'll just go. It's familiar enough to my home terrain for me to still have the advantage of sneaking, right? So
Yeah, it is. Just as you get into the swamp, it's going to be a little bit more difficult.
right.
But for right now, you're still in pretty good shape.
Now,
Okay.
what if? Now that would affect my surprise monsters moving, right?
It will.
If he was with me, okay.
So you're going to be ahead of the group quite a bit.
I want to try to be, yeah.
Okay. At this
And I have
point in
a-
the game right now, because the opportunity for combat could come at any second, I'm a first edition D&D guy. Which one of you wants to act as the party's caller? Okay, I elect you, Jason.
I think the head tracker should be the caller.
Nope, I elected you.
Oh, I'm the caller.
You're going to be caller, Jason.
Uh-oh.
Since you're at the rear, you're going to be a tactical, going to be the commander in chief here. Okay, this is how I envision this happening. You guys are going to go ahead. You're going to go ahead, and you're going to. Barrow is going to be ahead of the group. Quidnock is stealthily with his wolf going across the snows as well. And Dane, you're like the infantry at the rear, getting ready to bring the pain when they find something. Correct?
Correct.
Okay, Barrow.
I'm going to use my ring as I'm.
We'll be the anvil, you be the hammer.
You guys see Barrow put on his ring, and he and Duchess basically disappear into the snow. You kind of see the outline of their movement for a moment, and then it's nothing at all. Every once in a while, Quidnock, when you're looking at them real careful at the area where you think they are, you see like the air kind of stir, like the snow kind of blow around where they are. So you're like, they got to be right there. But
The red fox is with this one.
And your wolf seems to know where they are as well. Dane, you're following the group. Barrow, how far ahead do you want to go of the group?
I have to take a bio break
Go right ahead.
before the excitement goes too much.
Oh, yeah, go ahead. Does anybody else need to take a bio break?
No, I'm okay.
Okay. Jason?
I need to take like a sleeping
good.
break, but.
What'd you say, Jay?
Well, I said I'm good.
Okay, good. All right. Barrow, how far ahead of the party do you want to be?
Now, how long does it take for them to catch up 90 feet?
You would figure, or the party behind you? It would take
Yeah.
Quidnock one round to be there. It would take Dane more or less 2 or 3.
Okay. I'll
No,
do that.
I take that back.
I'll,
2. I'm sorry. Forgot his movement rate's faster than that.
yeah, I'll do that. I'll do that 90 feet ahead.
Okay, you're 90 feet ahead.
Yeah.
You're
and-
on the snows going forward, and you're following the tracks.
Yeah.
Barrow, are you going to, how close to the banks of the river are you going to go?
I guess kind of along the bank, but not close enough to silhouette against the skyline.
Okay.
Right.
Jason, as as Dane follows Barrow and Quidnock ahead, you're counting footsteps, you're counting prints. You're thinking that of these group, he's probably right about 5 orcs, and you're thinking maybe 10 kobolds and 5 goblins, you're thinking, was this force. You go forward, Barrow. You go and you follow these tracks probably about a half mile ahead, and they suddenly dive down towards the riverbank. Will you follow them?
Yes.
Okay. Go down towards the riverbank. Dutch is tasting the air the entire way. Quidnock, the wolf, leans down and smells at the footsteps and kind of growls low in her mouth, kind of makes eye contact with you and starts to pace the footsteps. You notice that she's following the orcish footsteps. Dane, As you go forward, you're following Quidnock and the wolf. The night is starting to settle in. Barrow, Quidnock, and Dane, you are all aware of the fact that humanoids of this ilk are most active during the nighttime. As you go down into wherever they're coming from, they will be awake, almost 100%. Barrow, you get to the edge of where the riverbank is. It drops away suddenly, maybe about 10 feet here. And in the bank, there is a hole that descends into the earth, like somebody tunneled in from there. There's all kinds of brush and things that are covering up the hole. If it weren't for you being a druid, it might be pretty easy to miss, actually. But with your background, and with Duchess smelling the air there the whole way, to you it's like a bright beacon. You can smell issuing forth from the hole sense of heat, sense of multiple humanoids cooking something, maybe. What are you going to do? Caller, what's the party going to do?
Well, I'm going to try to close when I see them going down the bank, if I can spot that. I'm going to try to close with Quidnock and gesture him to, keep us closer together and move toward where he sees Barrow.
Quidnock, you see the hand signals from the back of the group to close ranks a little bit. Dane, yeah, you can see as you get closer what Barrow is seeing. Barrow, are you going to do anything in particular since you're at the point, or are you going to wait for them to close?
I'm going to wait for them to close.
Quidnock, make me a 20.
I want to confer a 19.
You almost ran right into Barrow because you couldn't see where he was. He's that concealed right now in the natural surroundings. All three of you are in the same area right together.
Yeah, I'm just going to say ambush. Like us ambush them. Because they're going to come out.
Is there a way to disrupt the opening so that it closes?
Dane, make me a 20-sider.
Yeah.
Actually, Dane, I take that back. Make me a percentage dice, Dane. Dane, are you with me, bud?
I am. I'm just taking the dice out.
Okay, yeah, good. Percentile whenever you're ready, man.
I feel like if we let a bunch out and then close the tunnel on the rest as they're exiting is
the snow is starting to come down harder. The night is starting to fall, settle in over the world.
I got a 100.
Oh my word.
Jesus.
Dane, you're looking at this thing. It's pretty geologically sound around the mouth of it until about 15 feet back from the back of it. You're pretty sure you could collapse this thing, and you could probably collapse some of the tunnel beneath it.
Like a burrow, it'll have an exit. They'll have an exit somewhere else, maybe. I say we close it with their dead bodies.
I agree.
Okay. Barrow. Dane, I should take that back. Dane, with that 100% also. Knowing what you know about the way that these dens of inequity, how they work, you're pretty sure that in the mouth of this thing, right underneath you, there's probably 3 to 4 guards in some kind of a trap. Almost certainly. That's the way they usually work.
all the tracks look like they're just going here,
Yes, I do.
right into the opening. Nothing around it.
Nothing around it. Well, there is one thing around it. There's a snow hare that takes a few hops and then suddenly disappears.
That's probably not an orc shaman familiar, so I think we're okay.
Probably something bad happened to the poor bunny.
Now, this
Not the
is right
bunny.
on the riverbank.
I'm sorry, sir.
This is right on the riverbank.
It's right on the riverbank. It's burrowed right into the bank of the river and then descends sharply. Barrow, you have an idea?
But not. I mean, would it be able to go deep, being so close to a river?
Yeah, you're wondering about that. You don't think, knowing what you know about the way that the geology works in this, either they're going to have a way of siphoning water underneath there, or this burrow sharply goes down and then comes back up again. That might be where the trap is. It's sort of like a plumber's trap. You know what I'm saying? How it keeps water in that level.
So you can't smoke them out, or
Right.
because they probably have air holes or chimney holes somewhere. So if maybe the dwarf and halfling can see the heat source if there's some emanating heat.
Barrow and Dane, will you do that?
Yeah, I'll take a look around.
8-sider for both of you, please.
Sorry, what roll?
8, please.
I knew they could do that because I had a half elf friend.
Dose.
Dose. Dane, what do you have on the 8?
A 1.
Oh, nice. Barrow, you see nothing really of unusual, but Dane, again, following it back, the way that he's guessing that the geology of this underground tunnel works, he follows it back through the snow, and there's a vent in the snow where there's no snow growing around there. He sees it kind of pluming out a little bit, and it actually goes further back into the inland, probably about maybe another 500 yards that you can see, and then there's another vent. But this vent is unusual because it vents all the way around like a 3-foot circle. There's a 3-foot circle where no snow is gathered. It's venting all the way around the edge of it.
The hidden entrance.
Is it an opening, or is there steam coming out? Or
Well, you're looking at it, there's heat that's rising out of it, and as you kind of test it with your hand a little bit, you realize that it's exactly what Quidnock thought it was. It's a hidden opening. It's a back door.
And then there's an actual one that's a real chimney, right? There's a
Yep.
smaller one that's
how about we collapse the front and then try to ambush them at the hidden door?
right.
Yeah.
Collapse the front. We'll cover the chimney. I'll throw my leather cloak on it. I don't need it while I'm fighting them. And then they'll be forced to cough and whatever, and then they'll come out this little entrance and we'll kill them.
One by one. I mean,
we can collapse the front. I can toss down the rest of my dwarven brandy into the smoke hole,
Oh my
and
God.
then we can cover it.
and then cover it. This is a plan.
I'll throw some of my herbs down there so they'll throw some more smoke on it.
Okay, so who's going to be in charge of collapsing the tunnel?
Well, I better collapse the tunnel.
Okay,
Yeah.
Quidnock and Barrow. Quidnock, you're going to cover the hole after you pour dwarven brandy in there, right?
Do you maybe give Quidnock the dwarven brandy so that he can do both while you're collapsing the
I'll give him the dwarven brandy.
Boy,
Oh,
that stuff smells strong.
I don't want to steal his joy, though.
Okay.
Is that
It'll be
okay?
joy to kill some orcs and goblins.
Dane, you think you could do both? You think a good stomp on this part of the ground could collapse it, and then you could just run up and pour?
Oh, yes. Do that because it will bring more joy to your heart.
And keep an eye on that hidden entrance.
Barrow?
Duchess is gonna encircle the hidden entrance.
She's going to circle it around. Okay, she circles
And the
around
wolf.
it,
I'll put
which
the
she
wolf
actually
there.
really likes because of the warmth. And Quidnock and Barrow, what kind of weapons are you going to have produced?
I have my javelins ready.
Okay. Barrow, what are you going to be using?
I guess probably my my staff sling.
Okay. You see, Barrow has a very unusual weapon. It's a long staff. It's almost like a lacrosse stick because it has this little thong at the top of it that kind of long that you see it like seems a cup, a large like a cast sling bullet. Go ahead, Barrow.
I'm gonna unhook my bullseye lantern from it because that's attached.
Okay, you unhook the bullseye lantern from it. All right, Dane, you're over by the front of the entrance to the tunnel. You're going to go ahead and you're going to collapse it, correct?
Yeah, I'll use my warhammer to help collapse it.
Okay. Make me a percentage die roll.
All right.
Perhaps we should tie a rope to him to make sure we can get him out.
12.
You can see Dane takes his hammer, puts it on the ground, stops, moves over just a little bit further, stops, nods once to himself. See him pull it high over his head, the metal head twinkling with frost and the moonlight that rains down on it. And when he brings it down, it's like Moradin's hammer coming down onto a forge from the heavens. He hits the friggin' rock top of it, that frozen permafrost ground, and it just starts to... It gives way underneath it like a lightning stroke hit the ground. Dane, the whole area around there just collapses into a massive sinkhole. The front part of the whole area by the bank slides forward into the river. You hear underneath this shouted orcish warning that gets cut short with this gurgling sound. Make me a 20-sider, Dane.
$13.
Okay. Thanks, Danimal. We really appreciate it, man. You hit it, and then you take 2 steps back. The whole thing just comes flooding in like an avalanche down. You hear these voices screaming out. You hear bones snapping underneath the weight of all the earth, but you step back and manage not to get caught in the fallout as it goes back. You hear above you Quidnock, Barrow. You hear voices underneath the ground shouting in different languages, screaming. You hear people trying to rally, just mass confusion. Dane, are you going to run up then and execute part 2 of the plan?
I'm running for it.
You run over and you see Dane unscrewing the top of his dwarvish brandy. You got to pour it down?
Cloak ready. I have my cloak ready to...
You got to pour it down?
I pour it down.
You see Dane take the brandy, opens up the top of it, pours it down to the hole. Nothing happens. Nothing happens. And then, whoosh, straight up, there's a hole in your cloak. This massive plume of fire explodes up through the ground, straight up into the air. It's like this tongue of flame that reaches up about 20 feet in the air.
I wasn't going to put the cloak down until after the whoosh.
Okay. you see that? You're like, whoa! See that, Dane? You back off at the same time so the whole thing doesn't explode in your hands. You hear these horrid screams underneath it. They just keep echoing around in the ground. Quidnock, you put your hands over the top of it. You cloak it up. Barrow, you see Duchess start to hiss, looking at the circle on the ground. You see the circle starting to shake, the piece of sod that they've covered the escape hole with. What are you gonna do?
I feel like pouring oil down there right now, but I'm
You might as well. Well, because I'm going to stick 3 javelins in the ground. The third one is my special one.
Okay.
And there's two other ones, and then one in my hand.
Okay.
And I'm just getting ready right at that sweet spot of short range.
Right. Barrow?
Yeah, I'm gonna throw an oil flask.
To the side.
So are you going to open up the sod and then throw it in there? Like
Yeah.
fire in the hole? Okay.
Yeah.
Roll me a 20. You open it up. What'd you roll? 3. Okay, you open it up. It was a dexterity check. You're fine. Because as soon as you open it up, there's a goblin's face right in yours, and you smash the thing right in his face. His whole head explodes into fire, and he screams, clutching his head. He jumps up onto the ground, starts running around, whole hair on fire, screaming something unintelligibly, running in circles. The other
Let's have the
goblins
wolf
start...
grab that.
Huh?
I'll have the wolf.
Okay.
jump on that.
The wolf comes chasing it, goes running past you, Barrow.
Well, he didn't go back down, did he? He came out.
No. Yeah, he came up. The rest of these goblins, you see them starting to pour out of there. The whole thing is smoke, comes out of there. Quidnock throws his javelin at them. Go ahead and roll me a 20.
12 natural.
The first one that you roll, the first one that comes out of there,
Missed.
Barrow, you see his javelin shining in through the snows, hits him, goes right through his chest. He doesn't even have a chance to gurgle out in pain. It goes right through his sternum. He grabs the back end of it, he falls back on the ground, and then he's like a lean-to with the front point of the javelin into the frozen ground. He's kind of impaled on it. Dane, what do you want to do? There's still goblins and kobolds trying to pour out of here and orcs.
All right, Dane, competition started.
Dane is is laughing at the burning goblin, but he draws his hand axe, his throwing axe, and
Okay.
he throws it at one of the goblins.
Okay, make me a 20-sider. One of our followers here, Grendelwolf's Lair, said goblin kebab.
All right, I got a 17.
Okay. You see Dane throw his hand axe at another one that comes popping out and hits him right in the middle of the face and splits his skull. Just gore explodes out through the back of his head. But the weirdest thing happens, Quidnock. You watch this thing as he throws it. It hits him in the face, splits his face, and as he's falling backward, the axe snaps out of his cranium, almost like it's in reverse motion, flies back to his hand. Dane, I believe you have 3-2 this round, right?
Yeah, I have 3-2.
So go ahead. You can throw that again if you'd like.
The red
he's
fox with the
Are there any more goblins out?
Yes, there are 2 more goblins on the ground right now and 1 kobold. They're screaming right now. Barrow, you're hearing them like, you hear them say, you hear the goblins, Barrow. They're saying stuff like, run! The devils are upon us!
Goblins are my first choice, so he's going to target another goblin.
Dane, roll me a 20.
Got an 8 on this one.
That's still a hit from short range with you for point blank range on a thrown item. Roll me a d6, please.
Four.
Okay. Quidnock, as it snaps back to his hand is in motion, like a throwing motion, even before it hits his hand. So when he grabs the haft of it, it's coming back. You see it snap his wrist back just enough so he can get whip on it again. He throws it again and hits another goblin. This time it severs the arm from his body. Arm falls on the ground. He stupidly is like trying to grab his own arm off the ground. He's just bleeding to death, staining the snow's crimson as it's fountain out of his arm. As he dies there on the ground, Quidnock, your wolf, runs down the flaming goblin, and you see him starting to rip flesh out of his back. Barrow. An orc pops out of there just enough that Duchess clamps onto the side of his neck, almost swallows his whole head, snaps down with her teeth. You hear him just scream. It's like you can almost hear the flesh sizzle with the poison in it. As he comes up out of there, he's staggering around on the ground. His eyes are wide, crazed. They're coming out of here fast now. There's probably going to be, in the next round, there's probably going to be 10 to 12 of them out here unless you do something to stem the tide. All right, just so you guys know. You have a second to do something. It would be like a half move. Does anybody have a half move that they want to do?
Well, I'm only like I'm within 20 feet of it, right?
Right.
20 feet. I don't want them to get away. I don't want as many to get away. So I will grab my special spear and close.
Okay, you're grabbing your special spear and closing. Barrow, you're still right there, right up in the friggin' melee.
Yeah, I'm just gonna hit him.
Okay, with staff, you're going full staff combat. And Dane,
Yeah.
you're just gonna be comfortable sitting in the back, picking them off with your axe.
Yeah, I'm still I'm at that other fire hole, so I'm a distance from.
Right. Okay.
Hold up, can I entangle the hole closed?
You could cast Entangle such that whatever comes out of there will be entangled and it will stuff the whole friggin' 30 feet down up with
Yeah,
it.
you just tell me to stand fast. I'll jump back.
Yeah. I tell Quidnock to hold up, and I'm gonna do that.
You got it right.
I know.
Nice job. Okay, you guys see Barrow. Quidnock. You hear him, hold fast, he yells, reaches into his pocket, pulls out this small sprig of mistletoe, throws it out into the air from it with silver shavings in it. It's twinkling in the night, and it all descends like in this cloud of pollen on into the hole, the further hole. And as it disappears, you feel the ground underneath starting to shake and shiver. All of a sudden, these tendrils of grass, and it looks like kudzu or something, just rolls up out of there in this huge thicket. This almost a pillar, like a cenotaph, sticking out of the hole. You hear underneath these goblins screaming. You also smell, Barrow, you smell something, vegetation burning at the bottom of this. They were, whatever you probably entangled a lot of them down there. The fire is down there, and they're dying. They're all burning to death, you're thinking.
The smell of enemy dead is always good.
Balance.
You see the silhouette as you just stand over there. Dane, you're standing over that hole. You're starting to smell the smoke is replaced by burning flesh and hair coming up out of the hole. The screams are starting to stop. Quidnock, you see your wolf silhouette in kind of on the little bit of the rise there as it puts its last finishing touches at eating the entrails of this goblin.
Hey, we don't have time to eat.
Barrow, you're standing there just waiting. You can see that the roots and the kudzu is starting to burn from below. Smell the vegetation burning. Just got to stand there and watch it become a funeral pyre for them.
Are there more coming out?
No, there's nothing coming out of either side. You guys pretty much dug them up. You guys dug them a shallow grave is what you did.
I look back at Quidnock and Dane, and I said, I've worked up an appetite. I think dinner's waiting.
I love the smell of burning goblins in the evening.
It smells like victory.
You wait there for another 5 minutes, 10 minutes. The flames are going to burn down there for a long time. You are absolutely certain there's nothing alive in there.
Fortunately, no treasure either.
Yeah, no loot.
No loot, but the three of you guys have your eyes set on bigger prizes than that.
Yeah.
Vengeance takes place over treasure.
This is a worthwhile team. And I look
Can
at
I-
Dane. and I'm going to say, I think the little guy beat us. It was a
That's
team
magic for
effort.
you.
But I think the little one beat us.
I'm gonna carve into the wood. Karthak Yurtis.
Oh, yeah. You guys see on Dane, you know what that means. Yurtis being the orcish god of death. It means the little claw of Yurtis. So you're sitting there this at night now. As you guys begin to walk off, your bodies are silhouetted against the snow by that pillar of vegetation that's now aflame like this gigantic funeral pyre for these orcs. Yeah.
Before I walk off, I piss on it. Then I walk off. Do I get my javelin back?
Yeah, you got your javelin back.
All right.
No damage to him. Your group
gonna-
walks off into the distance, all three of you, just as hard as can possibly be.
I'm gonna light up my bullseye lantern for Quidnock to see and have the
Okay.
fireflies do their thing. And
Quidnock, what's weird about his bullseye lantern that he has attached to his sling staff, you see that it's in there. What it actually is, it's a nest of fireflies. They're in there inside of the thing, and they all are just buzzing around inside of there.
It's very bright.
It is actually, but it's also this cold light that is easily concealable. So you're walking there with that on the snows, this kind of yellowish radiance that pours forth from it. Soon enough, you guys are back at the farmhouse.
We must dine and tell the tales of the battle to everyone so they can hear what happened.
I can eat.
Dane, Quidnock, Barrow, you guys all go inside of the house. Sarah's in there. She's asleep on a chair. You see that the other two guards are in there asleep. Lydia's asleep. Two girls are asleep. Molly was standing right next to the door with her staff. You guys open the door. Sighs. So how'd
Why
it go?
are the guards asleep?
They were tired. They ate and they I guess they were just tired. How did it go out there?
Why are the guards asleep?
She looks like she's really scared now. They
It's not your fault, little one. I will wake them.
Should I take my sisters out of the room?
No.
Okay. You walk over to where the guards are.
Yeah, I'm going to.
All three of them are in front of the fire.
I'm going to take my war club, and I'm just going to go lightly.
Ow! Oh! Ah!
I'm like, dead, dead, dead.
They're all looking at you.
Get outside.
None of them says anything. They're just shamed into silence and walk out of the house.
They can sleep with the horses.
So,
They're shameful, shameful warriors. Shameful. They had one job. You had one job.
while that's happening, I'm munching.
okay. Barrow, she's made this dish with noodles and meatballs in it, and it's really, really good, actually. And
Now we feast.
Molly says that I made sure that we saved you some. I guess you won't need all this rope either. I took some rope from all the boats outside in case you guys brought back prisoners so we could, whatever you guys do with prisoners.
We don't usually take prisoners when dealing with humanoids.
Yeah, that's right. You probably don't. So, hopefully the food's good, and Mom said that I'm supposed to show you guys where you're sleeping. You're sleeping in the loft tonight, upstairs. She takes you guys
We're
up the stairs, and
But
they're
we're gonna eat. We're gonna eat first. We
yeah,
gotta
yeah,
feast.
yeah. You guys finish eating. The meal's pretty good. It's very filling. There's a lot
But we
of
have
it.
to retell our stories out loud, very loud. So we
As
don't
you
care who we
retell your
wake up.
stories, Barrow, make me a percentage dice. Are you involved in the storytelling, Barrow?
Oh, 100%.
Make me a percentage die.
98.
Molly is all into this. She's sitting there listening to you, face like you see her eyes in the flickering fire, and she's just listening to this whole story, just totally enwrapped.
So it's good because we get to praise each other. We talk about what Dane did. I talk about what Barrow did. I
Right.
talk about the snake and the wolf and,
And
what I
she
did. And we all
is
tell
got
each other's from
3
point of view.
brand new idols, you can tell. She is like, you guys are the best thing since bread came sliced. Just listen to your story, and she just eating it up the whole time.
I'm gonna.
To the point where, as you guys are telling the stories, she was dead silent at first, but by the time you guys are near the end, she's like, and what happened then? What happened then? What did Dane do then? And what did Quidna, when he threw his spear, where did it hit him? And you hear that, Barrow, what did it look like when you cast that spell? She's really excited. By the time you guys are all done with the story.
Well, when she's gone and we're finished with the stories, I'll talk to the other two and say that I think we should get this boat fixed and buy it from these people.
Barrow,
see if they'll leave the area.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Are you going
Alone, I don't think this is a safe area for them.
She needs to hire more help or guards or move.
Barrow? Barrow, your thoughts on the land itself is this land could be really good land.
Yeah, I think she just needs to hire some hands, and with Henway's reimbursement of 1,000 gold, I think she could easily turn this into a profitable location for them.
1,000 gold buys a lot of mercenaries. She could outfit a small platoon for 1,000 gold. So, are you guys going to go to sleep for the evening?
I'm going to sleep downstairs by the fire.
Okay, Dane, you go ahead and you sleep by the fire. Quidnock and Barrow, are you going to sleep up in the loft?
I think it's warm enough for him up in the loft.
Okay.
And he wants to smell his cloak because he rolls up in it to smell that burning goblin.
Barrow, where are you going to sleep?
Probably up in the loft, but
okay.
Kind of, I'll use, I don't know, Duchess as a bed, I guess.
Yep. I was going to say, Duchess curls up into a small ring, and it's almost like when you get in the middle of it, it's almost like being in a bean bag.
Yeah.
Just kind of settle in there in the folds. She lays her head on your shoulder. She's got enough venom in those fangs to kill 100 men, but right there next to your face.
Hopefully she doesn't have nightmares.
No. Dane, Quidnock, Barrow, it's an uneventful night for all of you, for the exception of Quidnock. Quidnock, in the middle of the night, everything is dead silent, everything is still. And you feel like you could swear to God for a moment that somebody put their hand on your shoulder and whispered in your ear in a familiar voice, "You're close, beloved." And the sun starts to filter in through the windows of the house. There's nothing untoward happens for the remainder of the evening. You're all sitting there in the room. When you wake up, Barrow, you feel pretty good. I assume that you're going to prepare the same spells. Nothing unusual.
Yeah.
I was gonna say you got a pretty good.
Whenever you got on, so
you got a pretty good group.
Yeah. Are the spells that are on my sheet the only spells I have access to?
Nope. A druid can memorize any druid spells he wants to on that list in Unearth Arcana. If you want to swap stuff in and out.
Oh, excuse me.
I don't know any off the top of my head, so
It's a
I'll
pretty
just,
good list. I made sure you were. I didn't disrespect you on any of them.
I didn't think so. Now, does that work? Like, so with my first level spells, I can only entangle once. I can only
Unless there's a ×2 behind it that you've memorized it twice.
twice. Got it. So I can't mix and match the 6 among those.
No, but I think I did give you a couple spells in there that I did give you twice.
Yes, you did.
Okay. There's a
I would
couple
like-
levels that are kind of downers for druids, and I made sure that you got the best spells in there more than once. Quidnock and Dane, when you guys wake up, it's actually some of the best night of sleep that you've had in a long time. By the fire is very comfortable. When you wake up, you smell eggs and bacon cooking.
Oh,
And Quidnock and Dane, one of the very first things you hear is Sarah come back into the room. She's like, "So, are the victorious heroes awake yet?" She comes in with a couple plates. She goes, "I heard nonstop about your stories this morning. Molly won't shut up about either one of you."
they're all true.
I didn't say I disbelieved one of them. She goes, "The girls were outside. They were playing over by where the river, and they said that something smells to high heaven like smoke out there. I wouldn't be responsible for any of that, would you?" She kind of smirks a little bit, gives you guys both your plates.
Right. First, I must prepare. So he's going to wash. He's going to take off his stuff.
Mhm.
He's going to fold up his vest properly. He's going to clean his shoes off and put them back all neatly ready. So that when he
Quidnock,
needs to
roll me a
dress up-
20-sider. Sarah comes upstairs and she gives you your plate of food. What do you
I
got?
rolled a 3.
Quidnock, as you're getting changed, you're aware of eyes upon you. It's the two little girls are watching you from outside the window, staring at you.
Well, I'm not getting naked or anything. So
I know, they're still staring at you.
Yeah. It's got to be unusual.
It's very unusual. So they're just kind of staring at you and kind of like in awe more than anything. Dane, you're eating your breakfast first thing in the morning. Molly comes up to you. So what are you guys going to do this morning?
Well, we need to find out how to prepare your boat. We need to cross that river.
I could take you to. I could take you up there to the brothers. Their cabin's not too far from here, and they do boat repair.
Well, I'll be going. I'll see if my companions want to go too.
Well, I think it's important that you have a guide. I think I know the area really well. I'll take you there.
If your mother approves.
Oh, yeah, sure. She turns around and says, "I'll get my staff and my shield." She turns around and walks out of the room. She has a little bit of a strut to her walk as she walks away. Like, I've been accepted. Quidnock, you're done dressing and cleaning yourself and changing.
Mm.
Barrow, your food is done. You've fed Duchess, even though she ate plenty yesterday. She
Does she have
slithers
some
down the
hot
stairs.
porridge as well? Some sort of hot porridge?
I'm sorry?
Does she have some sort of hot porridge or oatmeal or something?
Yeah, she could give you guys something like that. It's kind of like
I
a
want-
grits kind of a meal.
I want some hot, warm emanating from the innards.
Okay.
Mm.
Yep, she's happy to make you guys anything you want.
I'm having that for breakfast when this game's over.
Okay, so you're all getting fed. You're all fed. You eat very well in the morning. Barrow, Quidnock, Dane, what are you guys gonna do?
I think we should just load up, take the boat with us to the repair people. Are they close to, I imagine they're close to the river.
Molly tells you, "Yeah, I'm gonna show you guys where they are. They're not too far away. They're probably with your horses and everything. I mean, I can walk there myself in about a half hour. So you guys would probably be 10 minutes?"
Well, I'll go. Do you too? Do you want to go with me?
Molly says, "I'll show you, Dane. Come on with me." Walks out the door.
I'm not sure if Quid not going will help.
That's up to Quidnock.
Yeah, but is their boat big enough to carry the horses across?
It would be if it was repaired.
Now
Barrow.
he's interested in going.
Barrow, make me a 20-sider.
17.
You notice that Molly, on the top of her staff, has nailed a piece of leather, like a strap to the top of it.
Ha. Are you coming, Quidnock?
Yes.
Okay. Now, is their farm closer to the river than this farm?
Before I answer that, Greta Wolf's Lair's comment, bad guards, I think we have new rat catchers. Now ask me your question again.
Is this farm closer to the river than the Ford farm?
You're guessing based on Molly's directions are about the same distance. It's just further down the river.
Should we
Or
take
up
the
the
boat and everything so that when they fix it, we can just go to the river there?
Could do that.
When's the boat sailable?
The guards look at you. Are we going anywhere or are we staying here?
We'll have the guards come with us to escort Molly back.
Yeah.
Well, aren't you guys going to need a guide when you guys leave? I mean, I know the river really well.
No, we're going to be crossing the river into bad territory.
Yeah, I know, but I heard what you did yesterday to the orcs and the goblins and the kobolds. There's no way anything bad could happen.
No,
You guys
bad
are the
things
toughest
happen.
people ever.
You need
Bad
to
things
protect
happen.
the farm.
But we have guards for that.
Molly, a warrior's place is to know where they're most needed and to be there. And your place will be with your mother. She needs your protection.
And family is first.
It's hard, but you
She
can
looks
do
up at you. She's got a little bit of, you can see the tear. She's trying to fight it back. She's not going to cry in front of you. She's not going to cry. Well, I'm going to practice with my sling and my staff, and I'm going to show you when you get back that when you leave again, after you come back, that I can come with you. I'll be good enough then.
If you're not better when we get back, I will take your sling and staff.
Deal, she says.
It's kind of harsh.
So can we? Are we taking the boat there, or are they coming here to fix the boat?
Unsure. What are you guys going to do?
I think. Go ahead, Quidnock.
Well, does it take on water, or is it
If
just a
it
little?
moved,
It's not.
it would take on water.
Can we get it there? Does it take it on? Is it slow enough, or is it like pretty like? Oh, it takes a lot of water.
If you had all your horses on it, you'd be screwed.
No. I mean, like, can we take it in the water to the repair people?
Yes, that could be done.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Yeah, we'll pull it along.
Especially if you did an Erie Canal job with it and tethered a horse to it and pulled it along as you went.
Yeah. That's what we can do. We'll do that.
That way
I
we
think
can just use it to get down.
In fact, because of the angle for it, Dane's dwarven ponies are actually perfectly suited to that kind of work.
Does
You
it have
guys
a
leave
rudder?
first thing in the morning. What?
Does it have a rudder or more like a steering oar?
It has a rudder to it, an actual rudder.
Okay, all right.
The three of you begin down. Molly is going with you guys, as she said that she was going to show you where the place was. The whole time she's peppering Barrow with how she should hold her hands and what kind of rocks should she collect, and is there any kind that are luckier than any other kind, and is there how should I aim high or low, or she just peppers you with questions for the entire
She's got skin in the game now.
15 minutes as you guys go up the river. And actually you end up going northward up the river to this place, these individuals' houses. From a distance, you can see this house. It's actually made out of brick. Okay, it's actually very well established, and the brothers are out back. Both of them, they're working on a boat as You're walking up there. They both see you from a distance. They kind of stop work and take measure of you. This is it. She points her staff at him.
I'll take point.
Right. Do you think I could, if something happens, I'll pick one of them off for you.
Okay.
Only if we tell you.
Right. Barrow, you walk up. How far ahead of the group are you?
Not very. Probably like 20 feet.
Oh, stranger. One of
Good
the
day.
brothers
I hear you
says,
guys fix boats.
"Aye, for a coin." For coin, he
We need
says. He
this
looks
one
over
fixed.
at you. He says, "You're not from around these parts.
No.
What are you doing
We-
with the Swanpole girl?"
They gave us shelter for the night.
One of them looks over and says something to the other one. Barrow, you hear her under his breath. One of them says, "She doesn't look like she looks like she's there. She wants to be with him." Guy nods. Smile, breaks into a smile. "Tell your friends to come closer. Seems like we have something to discuss. That boat's in terrible shape. You buy it from the Swampoles?"
We're planning on it.
Got a pretty big hole there in the bottom. Yeah, look at the keel too. Thing's seen its better days. Looks at it, kind of up and down. Well, drag it up onto the shore. We'll take a closer look at it. Molly Swanpole smiles. "Diedrich, good to see you. These are my new friends. This is Barrow. This is Quidnock, and this is Dane. They're great warriors." "Oh, is that so?"
Yes.
"I'll take your word for it, sir.
I ask,
Here, sit
do you
around
guys
our
have-
fire, please."
do you guys have a boat that we could use in place of this one, and we'll give you this one to fix?
"Of course we do. That's what we do. We're boat repairmen," one of the brothers says, "How big of a boat do you need?
Pardon?
How big of a boat do you need?
We need a boat to carry us and our horses across the river.
How many horses?"
8.
8 horses. Looks over at his brother. He says,
Right? That's how many we have, right?
Well,
"They could use the river otter." Kind of nods. "So I suppose, yeah, the river otter." Says, "We have a boat for you if you're interested." Says, "Let me show you this." He takes you down to the shore. There's a boat there. It's a flat bottom boat. Got a big rudder on it. It's got 4 sets of oars. Plenty of space in there. Plenty of it. You could almost get the entire chariot in there if you wanted to. Probably gonna have to leave the chariot back though. But that's okay because
See,
it would
you
probably
should have
sink
had
in
a
the
cart.
swamp anyway. You figure it would sink in the swamp anyway, though.
Yeah.
Then I guess we only need 7 horses
Looks over at you.
if Barrow is going to ride.
He looks
Or
at
do
the
you just want to ride behind me?
Barrow ride one of the dwarven ponies.
Okay.
Fred Halfling. Don't move. None of you move.
The snake's with us.
Don't- What?
The
Yeah.
snake is with us.
Oh,
I thought that's what you were gesturing.
yeah. I was
Can-
going to tell you
can-
not to be scared, but there's a gigantic snake there. Kind of looks at him, kind of comes over Barrow's shoulder, kind of flicks its tongue at him. See, I told you, they're amazing. Very amazing. I see that. Well, how long will you need the river otter for?
Till we bring it back.
Well, since it's going to be a kind of an indefinite period of time, he goes, there'll be a surcharge for it. Does that bother you?
We can pay. Lydia,
No.
show him the script from Henway.
She comes over with the bone scroll, pulls it out. Pulls it out in front of his face. He looks at it. Is this document? Looks over at the seal. God's brother, look at this. He looks at it. 1,000 gold. Shh. Don't be impolite. Puts it together. I've always been told that it's lucky to carry a dwarf with you on a water excursion, says. I think we can do business. We'll repair the boat. You can take the river otter for 3 weeks. No, say a month. Looks at the
I look
boat.
at him.
Huh?
We'll take as long as we need.
Fair. 150 gold. You hear, as soon as he says 150 gold, you hear all the people around there kind of gasp.
It sounds like a ripoff. I think a barge is only like 50 gold, isn't it?
He looks at you. He goes, don't forget, he goes, we're repairing the other boat. You're taking this one, our biggest boat that we have. You may not come back with it, and you're leaving for an indefinite period of time. He says, I think it's fair. He looks
I look at Barrow and the dwarf. Quidnock's like,
And we could leave the rest of the gold with the farmer.
Molly says, well, what if I go with them? Don't be silly. Molly, you're just a little girl. You don't have any business with men like this. But then you'd be sure they'd bring it back.
Molly, your place is with your family.
Molly, we've already told you.
I know, I just want to help. These really are your friends, aren't they? Yes, they're my
Having
friends.
your family alive when we return is helpful.
All right. What the brother says. 100 gold and it's yours. I'll fix the boat. Let you have the river otter for as long as you need. If our friend here, our neighbor, speaks of you so highly, then you must be worth it. But that's my final offer. That's as low as I can go.
I say yes. What about you? Barrow?
What say you?
I think that's a fine offer.
Good. Prepare your
Lydia?
monies. Brother, we have a boat to prepare. He nods. Molly just kind of smiles. Lydia kind of looks at her, rolls up the scroll, puts it back. She goes, whatever's on this scroll, looks at the three of you. It must be pretty important, huh?
That's why we let you carry it.
Make me a percentage die roll, Barrow.
10.
God damn you. Okay. She kind of smiles a little bit and she puts it back in her pocket. I'll make sure it stays safe. Pats it.
She was going to be a spiteful meanie, but then you won her over.
And she was going to throw it right into the river. But she decided not to because Barrow is such a charming guy.
She was going to follow it into the river.
I know she would have. At any rate, Barrow, Quidnock, and Dane, you watch the brothers work on preparing the river otter. These guys are really good at what they do. They actually reseal the bottom of it. They inspect it real closely. They get one new ore. They don't like the look of one of them. They attach a device to the front of it. A little bit of a metal, like a plow-looking thing. And he explains to you, one of the brothers, he says that when you see ice on the river in places, this will help break it up. So they do their work on it, and who's going to pay them?
Lydia?
Lydia looks over. She says, you want me to give them all 1,000 gold?
No, we want them to give them 100 gold. And the rest goes to the...
So should I tear just a tenth of this document off? What should I do here?
They'll have to
Are
take
you
a
suggesting
promissory
you can't
note from
pay
the family.
After we did all that work, you can't pay.
Well, you have Henway's note. Does Henway's name mean nothing to you?
Well, Lord Henway is well respected, but as your friend said, are you just going to tear a tenth of this note off? How will I? What can I present to him to get my money?
You won't need to present it to him. The family, Molly's mom, whatever her name is.
I'll make sure you're paid, she says. You have my word on it. You have my word as a warrior on it. He looks down at her. He goes, "You're not a warrior, Molly. I'm a warrior in training. I'm learning. I'm going to be tough and I'm going to be strong like these guys. And one day I'm going to be an adventurer too."
Huh. Sunny and Lily too.
He looks.
Quidinock says, "People are strange. This is a strange way. I do not fully understand, but I will give you a token." And he's going to give him a gold piece. He only has 5 gold, so he's going to give him one and saying, "This
Stay
is
your
one of
hand,
my
my
5."
friend. Stay your hand, my friend. I'm coming back with you. I'll have a talk with Sarah. If we can come to an agreement.
Well,
Brother, just let him take the boat. Because if they don't, we'll find the boat on the shore anyway, after they're done. If they fail, if they succeed, shrugs his shoulders. Suppose that's fair. I'll come back with you and I'll have a talk with Sarah. If,
I think our intention's to leave and
That's
send
fine.
the guards back.
you go ahead and do what you need to do. I'll
We have to
negotiate
go back
with
and get
Sarah.
all the horses. We don't have them all.
Sarah's a good
Oh.
woman. I'm sure she'll come to an agreement with us.
We can
Barrow,
get the boat-
Quidnock, and Dane, you guys get on the boat and you leave. Go down the river.
Well, Quidnock needs to get the rest of the horses.
Okay. So you guys go down the river. Actually, Molly and one of the brothers goes with you, so that they can have the conversation with the mother right away. That way, also, the brother can explain to you. None of you guys are really super nautical savvy. He tells you a lot about how the best way to work the boat and use the river is.
Right. I have a small paddle craft.
This is a little bit bigger than a
It's
small
a little
craft,
bit
though,
bigger,
unfortunately. Yeah.
Yeah. It is.
So, you know a little bit about what he's talking about, but some of it doesn't apply. Some of it seems a little bit counterintuitive to you. But by the time you're done, actually, Quidnock, he actually is teaching you mostly how to drive the boat, and it works. It works out pretty well. You feel pretty good about it. Soon enough, you guys are at the Swanepoel residence, picking up your gear and your horses. Molly and the brother leave the boat, and they go to see Sarah. You were going to go down the river? All of you?
Yes. Well, I am.
Okay. Okay. So you guys begin to go down the river. By the time you guys leave going down the river, it's about midday. The whole of you are you go down the river together, all of you. And as you can see, that is the river. Each hex is about 4 miles, as I mentioned. The top spur is the river portion that you're going down. You can make it to about that nexus in the river. That's where the Neen takes over, going southward. You can see in the distance from the river, if you look at my map over there, on the right-hand side of the map, which is eastward, you can see the beginning of the swamp. Where will you guys, are you guys going to go down the river, or are you going to just cross it and then go directly into the swamp? How you guys want to approach this?
Is this our sole map? Do we have any direction besides?
This is pretty much your sole map.
I have regional maps. Are they?
You do have regional maps. Barrow, are you going to go ahead and unfold your regional map?
Why, yes, I think I will.
You guys watch Barrow go ahead and he begins to unfold his regional map. And as he does, this is what you see. That is the place in the river in which you will cross.
Is this in the Twitch chat?
Yes, it is.
All right.
Yeah.
That spur of the river is where you'll be going. You can see a lot of distance between you and this mark, mysterious mark on your map.
That's the little cave thing.
Yep. So, will you go down the river or will you just cross the river and go directly into the swamp?
I'm fine with going directly into the swamp.
Quidnock and Dane?
Does it look like the river gets us closer than just crossing it direct?
No, actually, it looks like it would circle the swamp.
Okay.
However, there is something interesting on his regional map as you look at the river. The flow of the river continues, and yes, I did all of this for you guys. The flow of the river continues downward, and then you see this interesting tower right there where the river bends again.
It goes into the swamp.
The tower actually, yes, the river actually goes into the swamp from that direction.
This is where the mercenaries would go.
Almost certainly where the mercenaries would go.
Have these
However,
guys seen them?
Dane, Quidnock, and Barrow, all three of you have enough experience with the humanoids. You think, based on what you know, that that tower is probably a fortification built by the mercenaries to keep control over that part of the river so that the swamp can't be entered through the river that way because they feel that nobody's going to be able to cross the swamp from the north. You also feel, knowing what you know about the orcs and humanoids, that that cave that you see right over there is almost certainly where you'll find whatever you're going to find.
I think we should head direct for the cave.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Terrain that nobody can get through has been gotten through by many militaries through the dawn of man. So I think that's what we'll do.
Oh, and Duchess and I have no issue with swamps.
Absolutely not. In fact, Duchess loves swamps. Okay, so you begin to forge ahead. You cross the river with no problems whatsoever. Tie the river otter off on the other side.
Camouflage it.
Camouflage it with brush and with some fallen limbs and timbers. Snow cover it with the rest of it. Barrow, today's weather report, exceedingly cold. It's going to probably reach, you figure, single digits. Snow can be expected to be heavy today. Wet, heavy snow. However, that will make the swamp even easier for you to cross. Your friends will find that it's much easier to go across it, although there will be ice on a lot of the swamp.
The snow that doesn't turn to slush will be better ground than the slushy one. Slushy snow.
Quidnock, you're aware of the fact that this boat is flat bottomed. If you use that icebreaker, some of this swamp may be able to be, you may be able to go through it with the boat.
Oh, snap. We're doing that.
Quidnock, are you going to do that?
Yeah, I think
How are you
that's
going to get the
wiser
boat
decision.
that mile from the river over to the swamp?
I think our 7 horses could help us pull it.
You guys going to do that? 7-horse team? Dane, are you with that? Hey, Dane, are you with me?
I'm good with that.
Okay. Dane, you guys all tie the horse to the boat. Yeah, Barrow.
You're good. Sorry.
What's fortunate for you guys is the boat is flat bottomed. It's easy to pull across that snow and the slick area. So you guys dig out the boat a little bit, and you use the horses to pull it. You guys were very, very good in your preparations for this quest because, as it should turn out, having these extra horses to do this labor is absolutely a godsend for this because this would be impossible. You would almost certainly have to go around and deal with whatever military force is in the tower. But because of this, you take the boat over into the swamp, and you're in that first hex that's right beneath that bend in the river. You figure you probably have about 30 miles to go, which is about maybe a half day's travel to that cave. Quidnock, Barrow, and Dane. All of you will be on the boat, or will some of you be outside the boat on your own?
Never get off the boat. Never get off the boat.
What's
When we-
the land like around the boat?
The swamp is vegetation heavy. There's a lot of trees that are in the water, that grow up out of the water. It's kind of overcast. But that means two things. Number one, the snow really doesn't get to a lot of the swamp surface. And it also means that that the ice gathers around the bottoms of the trees, but really doesn't connect in a lot of places. So it's a little bit more meandering of a trek than you would normally take if you were just on an open body of water. But you can go pretty directly towards this.
Can we pull or use the oars with the boat, or would we have to drag it?
You
In the
feel that you
swamp.
can use the oars to go through here.
Well,
feel-
I'm for staying in the boat then.
Okay.
I
It's just the three of you, right?
Yeah, we've left behind the guards.
Okay.
And Lydia's got to stay with the family.
She seems a little bit uncomfortable with that, but does what she's told.
Well, does she want to come with us?
Yeah, actually, she says, I do want to come with you. You're going to get yourselves killed out there.
Gentlemen?
Well, I think we should take Lydia with us.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to clip her wings. But we'll leave the note with the family.
Okay. Leave a note with the family. What's it going to say?
No, leave the note, the money
Oh, yeah,
note
yeah, the note. Okay.
Promissory note.
behind. The promissory note.
Yeah, the Sarah takes it and holds it in her hand. She goes, "This is going to make this land live again. You guys have done so much for us. Just make sure you come back, okay? So I can cook you guys a big meal."
I'm gonna give Molly a daisy.
She takes it. She puts it, opens up her cloak, and fixes it right in the middle of her cloak, so it's like a pin sticking out the front of it, just like yours. She looks at you. She goes, "Quidnock." She goes, "Remember." She goes, "We have a duel. You're going to watch me take out targets with this staff sling. And when I'm done with it, you're going to tell me I'm good enough to ride with you. Otherwise, you can take my staff and you can take my sling. Remember, we have a bargain."
Right. He's gonna take some of his salve, some of his oil out, and he's going to like put his hands on her head and
Closes her eyes and
ceremonially
puts her
anoint
head
her.
back a little bit.
Anoint her, saying, "Go."
She looks at you guys and she says, "You're going to mop up the floor with them. They're going to rue the day that they ever took up residence in that swamp. I can't wait to hear all the stories." And you guys set off through the swamp.
I'm gonna ride Duchess in the swamp, kind of scouting ahead, because I could probably move faster than the boat.
Yeah, you can.
He's just trying to get out of rowing.
Duchess, I need you to make me a 20.
10.
Duchess is pretty uncomfortable because this water is cold as shit, but She doesn't put up a fight with it at all. She's like, okay, this is what we're doing. You're on her back, and she's just slithering through the water. She's faster than the boat. Quite a bit faster than the boat, actually.
And probably quieter, but we're gonna go slower. We're gonna choose quiet over speed.
Okay. As the snows move in, it's going to get dark outside pretty early. Are you going to use any kind of light to light your way?
I would say no. I don't need it, and
Okay.
I don't think Barrow needs it either.
And Coidnock, you're not too unused to night operations yourself. So
No, if there's a little moonlight, it should be okay.
yeah, your tribe actually hunts at night quite a bit. Okay, so you guys go ahead. Barrow, how far ahead of the group are you going to? You and Duchess going to go?
90 feet,
Okay.
and I'll kind of scout out.
Okay. So you guys are scouting out, going through the water ahead.
I got my ring on.
You got your ring on. Your legs are dangling in the water at the sides of her occasionally, and oh my God, is it cold in there? But she
Have you ever
manages.
done that for real?
Has to have a choice.
I know, but I know what that really feels like.
I know what it feels like too, bro. But the good news for you, Barrow, is you're a druid, and you're inured to temperature differences quite a bit. That's something that Tim Sheets and Carlos Lysing, an advantage that we don't have, that we're not druids. So you're able to go through this and grit it out pretty good. Okay, so you're going through the water ahead. Quidnock, Barrow, I need you to make me a 20, please.
11.
Okay. As you go ahead of the boat, you are very fortunate that you went ahead of the group, because you see all kinds of traps in the swamp. They're always like tree traps, like things like the deadfalls or snare traps and things like that. But being that you're a druid and you've got a barbarian with you that can detect these things almost naturally, it's of no consequence at all for you guys to circumvent them.
You told me to roll too, right?
I did.
I
But
rolled a 7.
I needed you as a backup in case he failed to see if the boat went too.
Now, most of these traps are all on the ground, not in the water, right?
No, actually, the deadfalls would affect you even outside the water.
Ooh.
So, you guys continue to go forward. Barrow, you actually, at one point or another, feel like there is something in the water with you. You think it's another water serpent of some kind, probably a giant. Will you try and ignore it, or will you attack it?
Is it hunting us? Can I?
You get the impression that it is not hunting you. You get the impression that it's actually probably a little bit afraid of you because of Duchess.
I'm gonna. Can I approach it and give it some rats?
Okay, you're gonna take a middle path. Okay, Barrow, you guys see Barrow go ahead. He takes Duchess and starts swimming towards this snake. Roll me percentage, Barrow.
2.
0, 2.
0, 2. Yeah, I can show you.
Are you freaking serious?
Yeah.
Charm it.
The snare, the snake. I believe you. The snake comes over and it just kind of slithers over and kind of looks at you. Kind of comes up by one of the trees. It
Do
looks
I have
at you.
2 giant snakes now?
It's kind of a greenish, like a deep greenish color, and it looks at you. You feed it a rat, it devours it right away.
It's hungry.
I'll give it another one.
Okay. You give it another one. Roll me a percentage dice.
89.
Thank God. Oh, never mind though. Okay. Barrow, you feed it a couple rats, and Duchess is taking you further ahead. The other snake is starting to follow you.
They'll call me Python soon.
Barrow the serpent. Anyway, so you guys go ahead. Yeah, exactly. You continue to go forward, the bunch of you, into the depths of the swamp.
Just out of curiosity, is it a constrictor or is it a venomous? Or
This looks like a constricting kind of a snake.
Okay.
I'm gonna collect them all.
This is not Pokemon, okay? You druids are all the same.
Remember,
Anyway,
you don't want the snake to get hurt.
Yeah, I see that. So anyway, you guys, I don't want my villains to get hurt, okay? Anyway, as you guys get closer and closer, snow is coming down, starts coming down hard, even in the swamp. Visibility is cut probably about to half. The bad weather is here in force. Barrow, you continue on forward, and it's starting to get a little past noon down on the back end of the day. You feel that you're probably about 12 miles away from the location on the map. Do you continue, or do you stay where you are?
Like, do I wait for the guys on the boat?
No,
or-
I mean, you're leading the pack, so I'm letting you be caller right now. Are you going to drive on?
I understand. And you said it's about noon?
About a little about the back end of noon, probably about 1:30, 2 o'clock. You figure that by the time you hit that thing, it's probably nightfall because of the way the snow is.
Now, is the impression that we're eating along the way, or would we have to stop for lunch?
Well, your Duchess is definitely snacking along with the other snake. Duchess is definitely snacking along with the other snake.
I'm in the basement. It's getting a little cool, but with all this winter talk, I was getting a little chilly.
Cheetah paws.
Run out of coffee.
Anyway, so anyhow.
Now, do we figure the mercenaries work more at night or during the day?
You're not really the mercenary guy. It would be Dane that you would ask that to. Dane, you feel like the mercenaries. If it's humans, it's going to be daytime, but because it's humanoids, probably, they're probably going to be active at night. And that's probably why you've been unmolested so far, except by the snake that continues to follow you.
Do we want to then arrive when they're active, or arrive to the cave when they're inactive and try to ambush them?
I think we should make what good time we can.
Okay.
Especially during the day when Lydia and Quidniok can see as well.
Lydia is like, I just want to be, if that thing is really a cave, I just want to be out of this weather. If we get there and we can get inside of that thing, all the better for me.
Yeah, but a swamp cave is not likely to be a dry cave, so don't count on being warm.
Now you tell me. All right, well.
Probably going to have to stay with watch the boat and the horses when we go ahead.
What? You're keeping me out here to watch the horses? That wasn't part of this deal. I was going in there to help you.
There is no deal.
We're going to need...
She looks up at the sky. She's like, I can't believe this. I got suckered to stay out here all by myself. This is part of the plan, wasn't it? You guys were going to sucker me and make me stand in this boat.
Well,
I thought you guys finally accepted me.
We don't seem like... Well, no, it was more of a factor of we need to do certain things, and it's probably not going to be safe, so it's an important job. And that's if there's no dry ground. If we catch them in the open and some drier ground, then we'll use the horses and the fight would be mobile.
Look at this. There's nothing but water around here. What do you mean horses?
Well, terrain changes. If there's a cave, we may be going towards higher ground. So
I suppose. All right. Well, I guess that's what we'll do.
Who knows what the wily DM has come up with.
Barrow, you continue on.
Yeah.
And
Making
finally,
sure that Duchess and what can I tell about the snake? That's fine.
It looks like a large constrictor of some kind. Like you've seen this kind of snake before. The quote unquote civilized people call it an anaconda, giant anaconda, but they're really kind of rare up in this area, especially the ones like this one that are mostly white in color. So,
And you speak with it,
Oh,
Barrow.
I can.
Barrow, are you going to speak with this thing?
It's weird having more than one spell per day.
Yeah, he's playing a first level character, and well, second level
Yeah.
now in my game, in my Twitch game. So he's getting used to this. Okay, Barrow, are you going to go ahead and cast your spell?
I'm gonna cast Speak with Animals.
Okay. Barrow reaches down into his
That means
into
I
his
can speak to
pouch.
Dutch.
You see him produce these scales taken from Duchess, old scales that have flaked off, and a bunch of mistletoe. He puts it over by his mouth and he breathes out. It just kind of twinkles like stardust in front of his mouth. Kind of glistens out. And you hear this hissing in the air for a moment.
Grom.
Barrow, what are you going to say?
I'm gonna ask it. What's it seen in the swamp recently?
All you hear, Quindoc and Dane, is it sounds like Harry Potter parcel tongue right now. All you hear is him hissing in the air, kind of flicking his tongue in midair. The snake says, "You can talk."
From time to time.
Excellent.
I introduced Duchess to.
Duchess is very pretty.
She is. So are you.
Thank you. You're very nice.
What's your name?
What is the name?
To call you. What are you
You
called?
Call me what you will.
Got it. What have you seen in the swamp recently?
I love you, Jeremy, wherever you are. Orcs. It says.
Orcs. Do you know what they're doing?
Orcs, goblins, kobolds.
He probably has a snake word that describes them as meals.
We'll be hunting them if you want to join us.
Do they have any more of your delicious mice?
No, but I do.
Tempting.
We're looking for. Well, we know they're looking for eggs.
Yes, they are. I've seen them take some. There are eggs in a place ahead. I've seen them.
Can you lead the way?
Dangerous place. Bad place. Good feeding. But dangerous.
We can handle dangerous, right, Duchess?
Duchess looks up at you and says, "At last you speak again. I miss this."
Yes.
She looks over at you. She looks over at the other snake, Duchess says. She says, "Barrow is a good master. You should come with us. He feeds us very well. He's very kind." The other snake looks at her.
I give them some rats.
Mm-hmm. You have persuaded me.
Man.
snake number 2.
Oh man.
The serpent collector. Okay, so you guys continue ahead, Barrow. It's because it's getting dark out now because of the snows. The visibility is horrible. The water is frigid. Barrow, interestingly enough, this other snake tells you that it doesn't understand what you mean about it being cold. It says this is perfect temperature, which that comment leads you to believe that this is no normal. This might be a snow serpent. Actually, you've heard of them before, but you've never encountered one.
Until now.
Yes, maybe.
Maybe.
So soon enough, you get towards about maybe about a mile away from this, and the other snake looks at you, Barrow, and says, "Be careful. Orcs all over. Hunters and guards in the trees."
Is this snake female as well?
Mm-hmm. Girl snake too. I rolled. What are you gonna do, Barrow?
I'm gonna keep my ring on and just.
All you guys can see, Kawindak and Dane, is you see the trail of water moving, but you don't see any sign of either Barrow or Duchess. And you see the other snake next to them, for the exception of when it dives under the water momentarily.
I'm also gonna tell them to be. There's stuff going on.
Okay, you're gonna tell them what the snakes have been telling you.
Yeah.
Guys, he speaks with this weird lisp right now while he's got this spell going on. But
Guys.
so anyway, you guys are gonna be on the watch out for the orcs and things like that as you go forward.
Ooh, I get the bow ready.
Okay, as you guys
my
are going
throwing
forward,
action.
I need all 3 of you to make me 20s.
Time to shoot an orc. 8.
Barrow,
12.
Dane.
13.
Okay, all 3 of you see it. There's a large tree in the distance, very, very large, almost like a cypress kind of thing, which seems out of place in this region, but there it is.
Is it yellow?
It is. Its leaves are yellow.
Yes, it's the yellow tree tribe.
Sorry, I didn't mean to steal the thunder. I'm sorry.
That's okay. You guessed it. You see the front of it from just your angle. You see water is rushing down from the swamp into like a hole that's inside of the tree, the hollow of the tree. In the tree at the top of it, someone has built a stand, like a tree fort kind of thing. It's about maybe 50 feet above the ground, and there's 5 orcs on there with bows. The visibility is so shitty that they can't see you right now. That's the good news. The bad news is there's 5 orcs up there, and it looks to you like they not only have bows and arrows, but it looks like they may have flaming oil as well.
I'm gonna dub the anaconda Snowdrop.
Okay.
Just as a
Snowdrop. I like that. It sounds.
Is there any visible way to get up in the tree?
Yeah. You jam your axe in the trunk and climb up, and jam another one in there and climb up. And no, somebody has actually nailed boards to it for steps.
I could probably climb it as well.
Well, can Duchess and I climb it?
Duchess and you could climb it. Duchess could climb it really easy, actually. Carrying you, dicey. The thing is, your motion might make the tree kind of sway. The more things you take up there.
So why don't I guess the dwarf doesn't have a crossbow?
No, I have a throwing axe.
Yeah.
It's better than a crossbow.
How far can it go?
It's a little too long range right now, Dane. Just out of your range.
Oh
wait, whoa. I take that back. Axe of Hurling doubles all ranges. That is actually in your. You think you could get them from here, Dane?
And Kawidnok, he has a bow.
Yeah.
You guys would have to snipe like hell, though.
Well,
There's
we could
5
start
of them up
shooting
there.
them and
Huh?
then send the snakes up, but we'll just stop shooting when the snakes get up there
Yeah.
because the orcs will probably be jumping off.
So you guys are going to pull the distraction on them while Barrow and the snakes go up the tree.
Well,
That's
if
what
Barrow and the snake, if they start up, as soon as they're noticed, we could start sniping at them.
Yeah,
Like,
but we won't. Well, I'm
I
not.
think we
Well,
should-
I'm not confident we could see them that well, but I'm game
Barrow,
for
20-sider. You're getting closer.
12.
One thing that you see that they have with them is they, on top of there, now that you're closer towards the middle of the thing, it looks like somebody's put an old cracked bell up at the top of it.
Hmm.
Yeah. Well, we need the what? Well, an old cracked bell. The question is, does the druid have anything that can cause it to break loose or fall free, or
silence
Barrow,
it.
make me a 20. Well,
like
if you
warp
can't guess.
wood, or
I got a 3.
An entangle spell makes it really hard for that clapper to hit the sides of that bell. Target it right on the middle of that thing. And if anybody tried to reach out and get it. And
No, they're
also,
hot.
Barrow, looking at the thing as it is, you think that the entangle spell is so big in range, actually, in actually an area of effect, it would force the orcs to the edge of the treehouse, which would make them better targets for your friends.
that's a shame.
And then is the hot oil on top of the treehouse?
Yeah, they just have flasks of oil up there. It looks like
Yeah, but they will probably want to be able to reach us. See,
what they're doing
I
with the
don't-
flasks of oil. By the way, Barrow, now that you're closer, you can see they're using it in this cauldron to keep warm.
Yeah.
They're pouring it
But
in there.
I would get worried about them throwing it on your snake. So, but if you do the entangle, then
Yeah,
they probably won't even
they're
notice the
screwed.
snakes.
And also, if you did the entangle right on there, it's catching on fire.
Yeah.
So is that what you're going to do, Barrow?
Yeah, I think so. Move closer with the snakes, entangle, and
Okay, you're moving closer, creeping up in there. Let's see if they notice the boat. No. Come on, man. Give me a little love. All of them are just kind of looking around, whatever. They seem kind of bored, so none of them are really looking at you.
The red fox is with us.
The red fox is with you. Barrow, you get to the base of the tree. You can hear the water cascading down into the front mouth of the tree.
I'm gonna cast entangle.
Okay.
And I'm gonna
You look up the tree. You see the steps that go all the way to the open area. Reach out with your pouch. Are you going to do it?
Yeah, I'm also gonna tell the snakes that they can go to town on the orcs.
Okay. You throw the mistletoe and the silver up into the air. It kind of like a cloud kind of rolls up out of your hand. You guys can see it from the glittering in the snow, the little green, like it almost looks like a cloud of aphids or something as it goes up into the air through the hole in the bottom of the thing. And all of a sudden, the tendrils of this great green growth start exploding out. You hear these orcs scream, "We're under attack! Ring the bell! I can't get to the bell, you idiot!" And then you two can see some of the tendrils starting to move in a serpentine way. As you begin to get the boat closer, Dane and Quinbach, you guys get closer, and you see the orcs. "I'm stuck in here! It's on fire!" You hear one of them saying, "I'm not getting you! Can we jump? You idiot, you'll die if you jump! Get to the edge of the platform!" They get to the edge of the platform. One of them looks down. "There's a boat!"
Fire.
Okay.
Yeah,
Roll both of you guys, roll me a 20. Or 2 20s, actually.
Natural 10 and a 7.
Okay, Dane?
I missed.
A 17 and a 5.
Okay. Quidnock comes up with his bow, fires at one of them, hits one of them right through the side of the ribs and out through the back of the shoulder. He screams out for a half second, kind of staggers, and you see him tumble out of the tree stand into the water, hits the icy water head first. You hear something sickening sound of, like, it sounds like somebody hitting a melon with, like, a Gallagher situation with a sledgehammer. He hits the water, a lifeless body. Dane, the second one you fire, it was in the same vicinity, but because he fell, you missed with the second arrow. Dane, you take your axe, you hurl it the first time up at him. The first one kind of almost sidearm it so you can get better angle at him. Swings through and hits him right in the rib cage. He falls forward. As he falls forward, you see the axe come flying out of the ribs back to your hand. But because of the way he was tumbling as he fell down, you didn't get a very good throw with the second one. You throw with the second one, you miss him, thing comes boomeranging back to your hand. The entanglement is on fire now, Barrow. The snakes come right back down. It's on fire, master. We shouldn't go up there.
Wait down here for them to fall.
Mm-hmm. The snakes are... You see the snakes swimming in the water, almost like it's figure eights, like sharks waiting for the bodies to fall. The one constrictor snake curls around one of the bodies that's already in the water. He sucks it straight down into the water. The other one of them is dead and the is on fire right now, and the other two are going to return fire at you. The first one,
dare they?
Odds is you, evens is you. First one's going to attack Quidnock. Then we have one at Dane. Okay, Quidnock. Armor class.
Probably a 7 because I don't have my shield.
Okay. One of the arrows hits the water past you. The other one comes over and hits you right in the shoulder, kind of bounces off, glancing below. Takes 6.
I don't got time to bleed.
Dane, they're shooting at you too. The first one misses over your head and hits the water, as does this. Actually, the second one, you see him kind of start to lose his balance up on the platform because he's right on the edge. He's got to make a dexterity check. You see him try to fire at you. He tumbles headlong into the water. Just kind of stumbles and falls into the water. He hits the water. The second he hits the water, you see him pop up out of the water and then just yank down all of a sudden by this white kind of tendrily thing. It comes up. He gets kind of a half scream out of his mouth before the tail wraps around his throat and he gets yanked underneath the water.
It's a rough way to go.
Oh, that's a bad way to go.
Shock of cold. Fall damage.
You guys' turn again. There's one left up on the tree stand.
Surrender. We have to ask you some questions.
Oh boy. Make me a percentage dice. Make me a percentage dice.
Ask him some questions. 88.
He looks at you and he spits in the water. He goes, if I stay up here, I burn. If I go in the water, I die. He says, there's no in between. I'll take one of you with me as I go. And he starts firing at you again.
I throw my axe.
Okay, Dane. He pulls back the bow. Your axe is halfway up over. Go ahead and roll me a 20.
I got a 16.
He gets the bow back and says that to you. As soon as he says that, The axe comes right through, snaps the bowstring, and hits him right in the chest. Make me a roll, Dane. A 6-sider. You have to roll 2.
I got a 5.
Yeah, I was saying you'd have to roll a 2 or a 1 not to kill this guy. Hit him right in the chest. He falls forward out of the stand. Axe comes spinning back to your hand. Hits the water. Sucked down into the water right away again.
I told
Barrow
him
under
that
the water.
axe
You
him
hear
a
this
question.
bubbling voice come to you. You hear, I like being with you. Good eating, like Duchess said.
So there's a white one and a black one.
There's the black mamba, which is Duchess, and you have a white, bright, pure white one now.
So drop.
One of our watchers, who is Sexy Nomicon, said, "I eat the snakes." Anyway, I don't think
Hey,
Sexy
Dion,
Nomicon understands how big these snakes are, but
I just want you to know that we're feeding your snakes, so don't forget that.
Lydia looks at you. Oh, so I'm not on rat catcher duty anymore. That's good to know.
Sorry, does Lydia have a missile weapon? She has a halberd and a sword or something.
Yeah.
All right, well, halberd is a good weapon up close, so
Yeah, it's a very good weapon up close.
keep it oiled and sharp.
Now your group goes all the way. You're at the tree where Barrow is, and his snakes. Are you guys going to go into the mouth of whatever this is?
Are we near where the indicator for the cave is at?
Yes,
On the
you are
map?
right on top of it. And what you
I
see
think
is
the
this.
tree's the cave.
Inside of the tree, the mouth of the tree, there's a hole in it. You see steps, stone steps that were built down here. They look ancient. And water just rushes down them from the swamp.
I think we should tie off the boat and take a look down in.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're in daylight, right?
It is just encroaching on nighttime. Dane, you are now the caller again. I need a marching order for your party. Oh, yeah, I see you doing it.
So, Barrow, do you want to scout ahead?
Yeah, I'll take the slithers and move forward.
And I changed my shoes as well.
Okay.
How wide is this tunnel
The tunnel,
or the stairs?
as you look into it, looks like it's about 10 feet wide, as you see on my map.
I'll be right back.
You see a map. You see the stairs
Oh, I see.
going downward into a what looks like a some kind of a dungeon complex. 10 feet wide. Dane, this is ancient stone and it is right up your alley. It looks like this was built probably about 100, now more than that, 250 years ago probably.
I don't detect anything, as we're coming down.
No, you don't detect sliding, moving, anything like that. Barrow, you're ahead. How far ahead of the party are you going to be?
I'll maintain the 90 feet.
Roll me a 6-sider, please.
I'll
What's
with my ring on.
what's the map scale?
Map scale 10 feet to a square.
Well, I call the Barrow. Don't get too far ahead.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, no, I won't.
Barrow,
I'll
I still
stay
need you to make me the 6-sider
3.
because you were pretty far ahead. That thing right ahead of you where the passage turns is a secret door.
Okay. Do I see it?
Yeah, that's why I'm telling you.
I guess that's why you're telling. Yeah.
You were ahead of the party far enough that you noticed it before you turned around and came back.
Okay. There's a secret door up there.
We should see if we can get through it.
Lydia looks at you guys before you get too far. She says, "Am I really staying up here with the boat?"
Lydia, you're staying with the boat. We need somebody to make sure there's a way for us to get out.
All right, fine. I'm staying with the boat.
And Lydia, there may be reinforcements that return to the burning tree, and you will have to fight them off.
You know, you're right. She looks up at the tree. She goes, "You know, this tree is going to burn to the ground soon." at least down to the water level. What are you going to do
Well,
then?
it's green wood, so it'll probably just burn off most of the small branches and smolder for a day or two. Right?
She looks at you. She goes, well, I'm not an outdoorsman. I don't know. But I'll take your word for it. Spoiler alert. You're right. So anyway.
Oh, I need to know from Kawidinok, are you, do you want to, what weapon are you using?
He's going to use his special javelin as his primary.
Okay. Dane,
Yeah,
what weapon are you
Well,
using?
I've got
I
my
can-
throwing axe in hand and my shield in the other, so I'm going to be beside him if there's room for the two of us to walk
Yes,
abreast.
there is.
actually, if I can, I'll have my shield with my special javelin in it, and then I'll have a throwing javelin ready for that last, for the,
Right.
and then transition.
You guys actually feel like you could make a pretty effective shield wall if you needed to in this hallway, because you guys fit pretty much perfect side by side in here, and you both have shields. You could probably pretty effectively do that, although Barrow's going to be ahead of you. I shouldn't put those words in your mouth, caller. Is Barrow going to be ahead of you?
Well, Barrow was scouting ahead, but he has doubled back, but he's told us there's a secret door ahead where the black mark on the map.
Right?
Hmm.
Changed maps while you were gone.
I want to inspect the secret door.
Okay. You go forward and you go up to the secret door. Which one of you is going to inspect it?
I'd probably be best as a dwarf miner.
Okay. I need you to make me a 6 and then a percentage, Dane. And this is when you're going to wish you had a thief with you.
Percentage, I got 67, and you wanted a D6?
That's good enough, actually. Dane, you find that this door is very interesting, and it pivots, but its length is such that as it is opened, if you'll notice how long it is, it will effectively block off the other pathway. It's almost like a valve. Because it opens in. Will you open it, or will you continue down this hallway? You don't see anything mechanical that you think might be a trap, but you're very ill-suited to tell.
I think opening it's a good idea, because being channelized to where they want you to go is usually not a good idea. I mean, Quidnock likes to do that to other people, to channel them where he wants them.
Barrow,
like
you're
we
at
did
the
last
point.
time.
Are you or Dane going to open it?
I'll open it.
Yeah, I'll let Dane open
Dane,
it.
Dane, you guys haven't had a chance to see it up close and personal or not, but Dane is strong as hell. He gets his hands in the side of the secret door, and this thing probably weighs every bit of 250 pounds. And he takes this thing and he moves it no problem. You hear the water kind of slush around it, the bottom of it, as he opens it up. He's fighting against the water pressure too, and he opens it up. Dane, what you see when you open it up is the area beyond it is dry until you open it, and water starts to rush down into that area too.
Is there any way for us to wedge it shut?
Wedge it shut to block off the other passage?
For now.
I believe that if you look at your gear, I think I gave you 20 iron spikes.
Definitely iron spike it. How about you two? You think we should spike it shut?
Yeah.
That way they can't come behind
I even
us
gave
or-
you a
or
mallet,
lock us. I mean, if you didn't have spikes, I could use one of my throwing javelins to jam it under the door, wedge it under the door, but I think
No.
the spikes would work good.
By the way, this instance of iron spikes is brought to you by my good buddy David Aho, who loves those things more than anybody I ever met in my life.
I love iron spikes.
Love you there, David. Anyway, so you guys open up the door. Dane, you spike the door shut with your warhammer, no problem. Are you guys going to go ahead for the water is rushing down the hallway? You see a hallway ahead of you, probably about maybe 80 feet in length, and it It ends in a door.
Barrow, do you want to go ahead? He's also the shortest of all of us.
Yeah, it would be easy enough for Quidnock to go shoot over his head. Dana, it would be a little bit more difficult for you, but being that you've got a little bit of angle, you think you might be able to do it.
An overhand throw, you know.
Yeah, exactly. What do you say, Barrow?
Yeah, I'll go. Me and the kidlets will go forward.
Okay.
Don't go too far.
Hey, Lord Gazumba. Hey there, Mike Disney. Thanks for coming in and watching us. These guys are doing good. They're right in the end scenario. So you guys tuned in at a great time. Okay, Quidnock, you guys, Barrow, Dane, you guys are going ahead down the hallway. You get to the door at the other end of the chamber, at the other end of the corridor. What will you do?
Is
Can
it
I
shut?
inspect it?
Yeah, you inspect it. It looks again, it looks really old. The door here is wood. It is not made of stone like the secret door was. It's old. It's very old. It's super dry. It could be broken pretty easily. It could be opened, you think, pretty easily unless it's locked. You're not trying the doorknob yet. But it's so old that the door opens again inward. You can't see the hinges, so you don't know what the quality of them are. It's hard to tell if it'll make a noise or not. What will you do?
For trying to open it. Try the knob first.
Barrow, you gonna open it?
No, I'll do it for them.
Okay, Dane comes muscles to the front of the group. Hey, thanks a lot, Mike Disney. We really appreciate it, brother. You go ahead and you put your hand on the knob. Door is locked. Will you open it?
I think smashy.
Remember how I told you how strong Dane was? Dane, I need you to roll me a... I love it. I very rarely get to use this, so please roll me an open doors roll on your strength on 1 to 10.
Seven.
Dane puts his shoulder on the door, leans his little bit of weight onto it, and just kind of almost flexes a little bit. The door just, you hear the lock actually break inside of the door frame. Door swings open. When the door swings open, what you see inside of this room, somebody's getting ready already, right? What you see is this following. .30 by 30 room. Doors on every side of it. There is a large fire that has been built in. Hey, thanks so much, King Bashman. Appreciate it, bro. In the middle of the room, someone has lit a fire. Okay, so there's smoke collected at the top of the roof. There are 4 humanoid creatures in there. Okay, they're all orcs. They've all got swords in their hand. They look at the door when you open it up. All of them are covered like they almost like have in their armor and stuff. They have all this foliage stuck there. They're all yellow leaves. Quidnock, you recognize it right away. I need an initiative from you guys. Everybody here at the table roll me a d6. 4 from Matt. Tim, 2. What do you got, Jason?
Got a 1.
Okay. I got a 5 here. So the orcs are actually going to be able to go first. Barrow is 1-2. Quidnock is 2-3 or 3-4, and Dane is 5-6. Here we go. The first charges Dane since he's right at the door. Dane, he comes at you with a sword, pulls it high over his head, slashes down upon you, hits you in the armor, right around the chest. What's your armor class first?
AC 3.
Oh, actually. No, that's barely a hit anyway. Okay, I thought so. He hits you in the shoulder with the sword. Impact comes down hard on you. Take 6. Little bit of blood peeking out from inside your chainmail. The next of them comes running forward. He is also going to attack Quidnock. Comes at you with his sword. Actually, no, he's not, because you're behind Barrow. So he's going to have to attack Barrow. Barrow, he attacks you with his sword. And as he attacks you with the sword, you see him slip a bit because he wasn't ready for the water and loses his turn. One of the others back there, you see him open the door that is going eastward out of the room and start to run.
I'm killing that one.
The last one comes forward and is going to also try and hit Dane. Dane, that's a miss. You feel him hit your shield with his sword. Kind of grits his teeth. The force of the blow shakes your arm. Because you're so cold, it feels like there's bees all up and down your arm, like when you were a kid and you hit a ball with a aluminum bat the wrong way. Barrow, it's your turn.
I'm gonna command the snakes to
Go forward. Okay.
to feast, and then is that my turn, or can I hit as well?
Nope, you can attack still.
Cool. The guy that
You just saying a word, I'm not going to make constitute your attack. That doesn't make sense.
Sweet. I'm then going to hit the guy that slipped with my staff.
Okay. You're going to hit the guy that's running, you said, with the staff?
No, the guy that came up and attacked me.
Okay. And you're going to use just as a blunt weapon, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Make me a 20, and I will roll for your snakes.
13.
Okay. You hit him with your staff. Make me a d6.
6.
Ooh. You see this halfling come forward after the guy attacked him. He comes flying upward, jumps up almost like a Superman punch with his staff. It's probably only 3 foot long. But when he hits him in the jaw, you see a spray of teeth go up into the air when he hits him. Hear the jaw just break like glass. He starts to fall back, and then you see Duchess bite him in the leg. He starts screaming in pain. Quidnock, your turn.
I want to try to hit the dude running into the hallway with the javelin.
Special javelin or normal javelin?
The normal javelin.
Okay, make me a
That's what
20,
I
please.
said. 1.
You throw your javelin in his direction. You kind of, because everything is so wet, your hand kind of slips off of it a little bit. It just kind of wounded duck into the room, hits a stone wall, and falls in the middle, clatter in the middle
He
of the
turns sideways and doesn't go through the door.
Yeah. Dane, your turn.
It's like, I'm cold.
You have 2 this round.
Well, I'm going to throw my axe at the one going to the east.
Okay. Make me a 20, please.
A 13.
Okay. 13. You hurl your axe at him. It hits him kind of like a clip, like a glancing thing. Make me a d6, please.
A 2.
Hit him. You see blood kind of pour forth from his hamstring. He starts limping away. It snaps back to your hand. Are you going to attack him one more time?
Yes, I am.
Make me that 20, baby. The axe snaps back to your hand.
We're axing him a question.
You are axing him a lot of questions.
I got a crit.
20?
Well, if you're using crits, I got.
I use max damage on crits. You hit him with your axe right down the middle of the back. You hear his spine split in half vertically when you hit him with it. He just drops the ground and cut Marionette dead instantly. The axe actually has to wiggle a couple times before it snaps back to your hand to come back out of him. The other ones are going to attack meanwhile. The first one says, goes, "Fools, run and get the mistress! We're under attack!" One of the other ones takes off. Barrow is 1 to 3. Dane is 4 to 6. Dane, first one's attacking you. That is also a crit. Take 8, please. Sword comes through, hits your shield again. You feel like, you think he might have, you feel like you might have cracked your arm like a hairline fracture or something from just the impact of it. Next blow comes over with a long sword. And that is also a hit. Man, I'm fucking on fire now.
Boo.
Take 4. Dane is starting to get hammered by these guys. You see both of them kind of half surrounding him, hitting him with their long swords. Barrow, it's your turn.
So
You see, by the way, the orc that Duchess bit is twitching on the ground, foaming at the mouth now.
now for attacks per round, my sling stone is half. What does that mean?
1 every 2 rounds if you want to throw a sling bullet.
How many orcs were in the room?
4.
All right, one's dead.
Oh yeah, so there should have only been 1 attacking you. I take that back. Give yourself 4 back. My mistake. You're absolutely right. Go ahead, Barrow. The one is still leaving the room.
There's just one?
Yeah, he's just
Is
one
he in
leaving the
range?
room, and the one that's attacking Dane. You've killed one. Coindoc killed the other.
No, I missed.
Oh yeah, you missed. I'm sorry. Dane killed the other. He split his spine. Is what I meant.
Okay. I'm gonna try to send Snowdrop after the one leaving the room.
Okay.
And then can I use my sling this round then?
You can. You got to throw it at him. Are you going to use an enchanted bullet or a normal one?
I'm gonna use an enchanted one.
Oh boy. Okay. Make me a 20.
Can I find those again and get those back?
Their magic is expended. You can use it as a normal sling bullet, but its magic is expended when it hits.
Gotcha. Cool. 7.
Okay. You guys see Barrow put a silver sling bullet into his sling, comes over top of his head with it. It fires it like a trebuchet with all this force behind the sling, the staff sling. The enchanted bullet hits the wall with such force, it actually sprays debris everywhere. It would have killed him instantly with that. But you missed him and you hit the wall instead. You see this guy actually make it out of the room, but Snowdrop is hot on his heels.
I think I'm still ahead of you.
You're very much ahead of me.
Coindoc, your turn.
All right, so there's one left, right?
Yes.
I'm going to stab him with my special spear.
Okay.
I haven't triggered the vest yet.
Yes.
I'm saving that trigger.
Okay.
So, this is an orc, so I get the +3.
You do.
Total of 11 with pluses.
That is a hit barely. Please make me a 6-sider.
And he has to make a save versus spell.
He will.
Oh, if he lives. I just rolled a 6, so
Coindoc.
He just took 10.
Dane, this is what you see because you're right up close to him. Coindoc takes his spear and he stabs him in the rib cage with it. He looks down at you and his eyes just go black. All the white on them just totally turns dead black for an instant. He starts flailing for a second. He's trying to scream, but nothing's coming out of his mouth at all. Are you going to finish him while Coindoc's holding him up? Or are you going to go into the hallway and try and chase down the one that's running?
You talking to me?
No, I'm talking to Dane because it's his turn.
Okay.
Oh, the one that's running made it to the hallway?
He made it to the hallway. Snowdrop is right after him. Are you going to chase him?
I'm going to chase him, and if I get it, I'm back to, what is it, two this round?
Yep, you'll be back to 2 this round.
All right.
Dane, you go into the area through that open door, and this is what you see. Right there. The orc has made it to that T intersection. Unfortunately for him, so has Snowdrop, and you're right behind him. He's going to continue to run. I need you to make me a 20 because you'll go before. Actually, make me make me a 6, please, Dane.
A 6?
Yeah. No, never mind. You're going first. Snowdrop rolled a 1. Go ahead and you can attack. Okay, Dane, Barrow, you're actually deep enough in the hallway so you can see this through the open door. The orc tries to turn the corner, and as he does, Dane hurls his axe at him, hits him right in the chest, and actually it penetrates his chest so deeply, it drives him into the stone wall, and he hangs there from the stone wall. The axe is stuck in the stone wall for a moment, and it pulls out, snaps back to his hand. Snowdrop curls around his dead body and starts squeezing the life out of him. You hear organs popping like pimples inside of him from down the hallway. The room is quiet right now, still. And by the way, for all those of you watching Twitch, watching us with Twitch, if you want to stay here and watch the conclusion of this adventure, that's awesome. But 9 minutes ago, the second leg of our Twitch channel started with, I believe it is Wicked Media.
Studio.
So that would be my good. What's that?
Predator's Reject.
Oh, it's Predator's Rejects behind me. I'm sorry. That's Jim, our good friend Jimmy over there. He's running an awesome mini or a game that's running heavy fantasy ground. So if you guys want to check that out, go ahead. But I think you're going to want to stay for the end and see what's going to go on with these guys. All right. Barrow, you're in the lead. Dane, you're the caller. What you see ahead of you is the T intersection, or you can take the other door behind you. What will you do?
I think we should go where the orcs were running.
Okay. You go down that hallway. You see about 7 curls of a white snake around this, and I don't mean David Coverdale either, around this dead orc. And to your right, if you look down that hallway at the end of it, you see a bunch of rubble at the back of it. Will you go left or right? Quidnock.
Quidnock's going to pull his lump of stone out, toss it down, and say, Lupatame of stone, I see
And you watch the wolf come and rises up out of the stone again. Kind of looks around, it sniffs in the air.
The stone one, though.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, the stone. You actually see the wolf. Before, the wolf was made out of flesh and bone. Now the wolf that emerges from it is made of, looks like living stone. And it's just sitting there looking around. Every time it moves a little bit, you hear a little tiny sound of stone grinding on stone. Barrow, you're ahead at the lead of the party. Dane, where are you going to instruct him to go?
Well, looking at this map, I would be heading toward the north.
Okay.
The
Barrow, you're at the lead of the group. Are you going to let Snowdrop have her fun, or are you going to tell her to come with you?
I'm going to say there's more fun ahead.
Okay. She lets go. And this
I'm
is
sure
what
you'll
you
like
see
it
ahead of
when
you.
they're alive.
You see a room ahead of you. Circular in shape. Just like that. There's a hole in the middle of the floor. Stone kind of outcropping like a well. Quidnock, as you and Barrow get into the room, Barrow immediately, Duchess is sniffing in the air and is looking at the well. As the wolf kind of puts his forepaws up on the edge of it, is sniffing down there.
Nothing good is coming out of the hole.
Barrow, Duchess says to you, big snake. Very big snake. The wolf looks over at you, and in this grating stone-on-stone voice looks at you and says, I smell a snake.
Who says that?
The wolf, the stone wolf. He's got speak with animals going.
Oh, okay.
Oh, he looks at me.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. They're all telling me there's a big snake.
Mm-hmm.
That aren't my 2 big snakes. Gotcha.
I figured that out too.
You weren't wrong.
There's a big snake and it's not mine.
Are you going to go down into the well?
Is that all we see in the room?
Yep.
What about dropping oil down there to make the snake come up?
How far down is it?
Barrow, you look down in there, probably 30 feet, you're guessing. But the good news is the well is the sides of it are jagged enough that even non-thieves, you think, could probably climb it. The barbarian could scale it easily.
Is it a dry well?
It is dry. It looks like the walls are dry. And you guys have outpaced the water to this area.
And there's a snake at the bottom.
There's a snake at the bottom, it's saying.
Yeah, I don't like climbing. I don't like the idea of climbing into that.
Quid
I
not,
think-
percentage die.
17.
You're hearing behind you, somewhere deeper in the complex, somewhere else, you're hearing footsteps running, orcish voices. Which way do they go? I don't know where they are.
There are orcs behind us.
Well,
Let's go after them.
do we want to wait on
Dane?
the rubble half of the hallway so when they cross the T, we can hit them in the back?
Dane, as a tactician, you being in this room that's dead circular with no other way out than that well, kind of bugs you a little bit.
Let's ambush the orcs.
Okay. Gonna ambush the orcs? Quidnock also,
Yeah.
you feel like they're pretty far away right now.
Yeah, we're going to go back the way we came. Is that what you guys meant?
Mhm.
What do you mean?
Okay.
We don't want to stay here to do it, right?
Nope. Okay, so you guys go back to the T intersection. You wait, and you wait. Same marching order, I assume?
Well, I was going to think go back to the square room.
Okay, you're going to go back to square.
the square room.
Okay, square room. Which doorway facing are you guys going to be addressing?
Well, the west door is the only one we haven't
That's
gone
correct.
through.
And the south door was a secret door, if you remember correctly, that you spiked.
And we destroyed the southern door here.
Yep.
So
Broke the lock, or I broke the lock.
well, I say we post the animals to the sides of that door, and we stand back with missile weapons. So when they first come through, we just blast them.
Okay.
That's my suggestion.
All of you are staying back near the back of the room.
There's
door.
a fire in the middle of the room.
Yeah, there's a fire in the middle of the room still. It's still smoke at the ceiling. It's kind of dying down though now because no one's tending it. The door opens, and you hear one of the orcs say to the other one, Dane and Barrow, all three of you guys speak Orcish, so one of the two looks at the other. He goes, "There's no way they'd be down here. There's no way." He goes, "They would have taken care of them by now if they were." As soon as the door opens, they see all you guys back there, and they just see their eyes go wide for a second. There's two of them. Barrow, go ahead and go first since you have high dexterity. Roll me a 20 side.
I'm going to tell the snakes to attack, and then I'm going to throw a sling bolt at them.
Okay. Magic or non?
Not magic right now.
Okay. Go ahead.
4.
It's a miss. Goes further down the hallway. Duchess bites one of them in the leg, and you see him immediately start to grab his leg, and he looks like he's in misery right now. Quidnock, your turn.
Javelin at one of their big eyes.
Okay, roll me a 20. What'd you roll?
I rolled a 9.
You miss, Dane?
Yeah.
You hit the side of the wall. Dane, your turn. 2 20s on this one.
His hands are still cold.
Ooh, I know.
First one, I got a 13.
Okay. Second.
Well, the first one, did it bring down the orc, or
Not necessarily.
will I have time to judge whether to throw it at that orc?
You will.
or-
Go ahead and give me a 6-sider.
Just a 1.
Okay. He has a wooden shield in his hand, right? And as you throw the axe at him, it hits the wooden shield and splits it right in two. And he's sitting there holding a leather strap, pretty much, when the axe is snapping back to your hand. So you go ahead and you can roll again for your second attack.
I'll throw it at the one that I didn't throw. One of them's been bitten, right?
The other one's down. Yeah, there's only 2 there.
Oh, okay. So one's down. This is just the other guy.
Yep.
Okay, I'm gonna throw it again at him.
Okay, 20, please. And then, 20 me.
13.
That's a hit. Go ahead and 6-sider.
Got a 3.
Okay, the first one, as I said, split his shield. It comes back to your hand. You throw the second one exactly the same place, and it hits him straight in the chin. And he drops to the ground. His whole face is just half cloven and half cloven. He's just kind of grabbing his face on the ground, bleeding everywhere. Looks like he's gonna die.
Medic.
What will you do?
Well, they're both down, right?
Right?
Well, that's my 2 attacks.
Yep, they're both down there. That's all the orcs in the room. Door is still intact too. You can close it, you can spike it, you can do whatever you want it to here.
Yeah, well, let's bring him back in and shut the door.
But before we do that, would I be if I use my potion of ESP? How could I tell if there's any more orcs through?
Why, yes, you could.
Okay, I'm gonna take a small sip.
Okay.
Just because I don't.
You guys watch Barrow open up this. It looks like it's a hollowed out gourd of some kind, okay? And he just sits there and pours it out. It looks like coconut milk or something he's drinking. As that happens, instantly you start to sense these sensations all around you. From Quidnock, you look over there and you just feel this burning rage right now. With Dane, you feel like this kind of cold, calculating anger. The snakes are just seem happy because they're eager to please.
At least somebody's happy here.
The only thing that you sense around that, besides that close to you, is coming from the well room.
Okay.
Okay. What will you do?
I'm gonna go to the well room and check it out.
Okay. Quidnock and Dane, are you going to follow him?
I'll shut the door, and I guess I'll spike the western door.
Okay, you
and
spike the
we'll-
western door. That thing is shut good. They're kind of screwed getting into this part of the dungeon right now. So you guys have blocked off pretty well. You guys got a bulwark at least behind you. Barrow, you walk into the other room, and this is what you see. There is something ahead of you. Something more than one somethings. Because at the bottom of the well, there's a passage that leads to another place. What will you do?
Do I sense any emotions coming from there?
Yes, you sense a very self-satisfied emotion. Something very gratified, personally gratified. Sense a feeling of triumph.
Gotcha. I relay the information.
Okay,
There's a tunnel down
Triumph
there.
over what?
hard to
Is
tell.
it like the triumph of a mother having eggs?
Could
the
be.
triumph of somebody eating all the eggs? Because that was the big
It's hard to
fear.
tell what it is. Barrow, are you going to go? Find out?
Go ask him.
Okay, sure. Yeah, great.
No, I'm just kidding.
ESP is only one way.
Yeah.
Is there still a snake at the bottom of the well?
There is a sense of a snake at the bottom of the well, yeah.
There's a hole. There's a hole in the bottom of the seat.
You going, Barrow?
I
Quidnock?
think we
Dane?
gotta go down there.
Yeah,
We gotta go down there.
Yeah, we
I
got to
just
go
don't wanna get
down.
caught climbing. How
Okay.
deep is it?
Who is first? About 30 feet. Who's going first?
All right, I'll go down fast.
Quidnock, you go down to the bottom of the hole, and instantly you're aware in the tight confines of this passage that goes forward, there is the scent of a serpent. You can smell it yourself. It's ahead of you.
I call my wolf down. Come on.
The wolf just jumps right down the hole and lands right next to you. Boom.
Superhero landed.
Yep. Whatever is down that hallway knows you're here.
Okay, I'll climb down.
Dane, you go ahead and you climb down afterwards. Please make me a percentage die.
$60.
Okay, you make it no problem. Barrow, your serpents, Duchess and Snowdrop link up together and they make a rope of themselves for you to climb down.
Now, I was gonna ask, before we get it, do I know? Because I know we're dealing with a Naga. Do I know that if Nagas have any control over snakes?
You don't. You've never heard of that before,
Okay.
but
All
that's
right,
not
then
necessarily.
you're
Not necessarily.
Yeah, they're welcome. The snakes are welcome to do that and come with me then.
Right.
I just don't want them being turned against us.
Okay.
But
Yeah.
From
that would be
down the
bad.
hallway, you hear a voice, Quindoc, echoing from down, sounds like from a great distance. It says, I see I have guests. Come up so I can introduce myself to you properly.
So what's this hallway like?
The hallway is very old. It is perfectly intact. It's just a normal stone hallway, about 10 foot tall, about maybe 7 foot wide. And it looks like it continues down about maybe 80 feet before it ends abruptly. And it looks like there is handholds to climb up a shaft on the other end of it.
I'm going to go down that hallway.
Okay, Dane, you start going down the hallway first. You find yourself at the bottom of the well. When you look up, you thought you saw a shadow looking down at you, and then it goes away. Come on, don't be shy.
Have the others followed?
Are you?
yeah.
Can the wolf climb up that?
It will be able to bound up there, much like if you've ever seen the snow leopard video before, where it runs around its cage and goes up. It's pretty agile. It can get up there. Who's going
Right.
first?
I can climb up pretty fast, I think.
Okay. Quidnock, you're starting to go up.
Yeah.
The shadow looks over the edge again, and you see something bright with it. You hear go, whoopsie, and you hear the flaming oil flask drop into the hallway where you guys are standing. I need Barrow, Quindoc, and Dane to make me saving throws, please.
Is that just a 20?
Yeah, please.
Oopsies.
What did you roll?
19.
Oh, nice. What'd you roll? 5? How about you, Dane?
9.
Barrow takes 7 hit points of damage. Dane, take 5 hit points of damage. Quindoc, take 2 points of damage.
How dare you?
Duchess, take 3 points of damage. Snowdrop, it landed right on Snowdrop.
Oh no.
12 points of damage.
Oh.
Snowdrop's on fire. It's hissing, help me, help me. It's screaming out to you in pain.
I'm gonna cast protection from fire.
I forgot I gave that to you. I hate your guts. Okay, you take out you sweep forward with your hand with a mistletoe. It just kind of circles around the whole room. The flames are still licking over top of this white serpent, but it says, I burn, but no pain. Meanwhile, the wolf takes 4 points of damage.
Right. I have no stats.
Are you
on the
okay
wolf.
down there? I dropped something. You hear a giggle.
Well, I should be near the top now.
You're up near the top, yeah. Come on up. Don't be shy.
I'm coming out and I'm triggering.
You
I'm
jump
climbing up
out of it
after him.
and make a saving throw. The character
Me?
on the other side of the room is wearing black lacquered armor. Has a staff. It's a female, old, kind of wizened. All right? Got gray hair and beads all down her back. You see this dead snake woman at the back of the room. There's a clutch of eggs all laying around the bottom of its nest. But you got to make a save first. 20, please.
13.
What's your save versus
Natural.
spells?
I don't feel like saying.
All of a sudden,
15,
Quindoc, as you
15.
get ready to trigger, you feel your whole body just lock up and not move. Barrow,
Did I
how
just
far
get
are you and
whole
Dane
person?
behind him as you're climbing up? Dane?
Well,
I'm climbing up right after him.
Okay, you're climbing up right after him. Barrow?
I was gonna cast bark skin on myself before I move
Okay,
up.
you cast bark skin on yourself first. You take out
And my
your
wolf?
mistletoe, pour it all over your body, and all of a sudden you just feel the creases come over through your skin as your whole body turns like into living tree bark, all up and down your whole arms and your legs, your face. You're just like a living oak tree coming up. The wolf is starting to run up the sides of the area.
Does Snowdrop have the same hit points as Duchess?
No. Dane, you're up first now. This is what you see when you come into the room. You see that old woman back there with her staff, and she's wearing her black lacquered armor. You see the grinning symbol on her chest, the holy symbol of Ius. She's got an egg underneath her arm while she's got her staff. You see Coindoc at the back of the room frozen like a statue. I need you to roll me a 6-sider, Dane. Beat a 4.
I got a 2. I got
Okay.
a 2.
She says, turn around. Make me a saving throw.
Is that a command spell?
19.
Dane, you feel like your whole body you actually feel your shoulders start to turn, but you fight it back. Your turn. What are you going to do?
I got to throw my axe at her.
Okay. She kind of looks at you like surprised that you resisted her. As you throw the axe, this stone wolf jumps out of the hole at the same time. Go ahead and make me a 20, please. Actually, 2.
First one's a 7, and the second is a 15.
Okay. First one misses her clean. She kind of dodges her head. The second one, you throw. It hits the side of the wolf, actually. Sparks kind of glance off of it as it does, but it deflects off of it while it's in flight and hits her. Please make me a 6. Wolf doesn't take any damage from it.
3.
Okay. It hits her in the shoulder. You hear something snap in her shoulder. She just kind of grits her teeth a little bit. Doesn't even move. Barrow, your head is poking up out of the well now. What are you going to do? Going to get all the way in the room?
Yeah, I'm gonna get in the room.
Duchess is behind you. Snowdrop is coming up last.
Okay, can I? Is that my turn is getting in the room, or
It depends on what you're going to do next. What are you going to try and do?
I want to cast animal summoning too.
Okay, that'll be a next round. Okay.
Okay.
Jump out of the well. You start to cast your spell. Quindoc, never mind.
What about my wolf? What about the wolf?
Wolf time coming up. The wolf lunges at her and snaps its jaws. It bites her arm and is locked down on it. And she takes 7. You hear her scream in pain. Blood just starts pouring out through this lacquered plate mail down the side of her body. She's trying to shake the thing free, but it's still just locking onto her. Dane, it's your turn.
Stone.
How far away is she from me?
She's probably about 15 feet.
Could I charge into her?
Yes, you could.
All right, I'm going to try to charge her with my shield.
Okay,
Try to just slam into her.
make me a 20-sider.
$13.
Dane drops his shoulder, puts both his arms behind the shield, charges her top speed, hits her flat in the chest. She actually... I'm not even going to try and pronounce that, but thank you so much for joining us. You hit her straight in the chest with your shield bash. She actually leaves her feet, hits the back wall, slams down on the ground, and you're on top of her. Barrow.
Breaks the egg.
Your turn.
Yeah.
You're gonna finish your spell? Okay. This is what you see. Because Quindoc is actually in the room, got the best view of this. This kind of this greenish glow appears on the ground. And from it, this seedling starts to suddenly grow up and sprouts forth this massive tree in the middle of the room. And stepping out of it are 2 beautiful women that look like they're totally made of plant life. They've got flowers in their hair. They've got, it seems like their eyes are made of this glimmering, this shimmering like pure life and light. Their skin is green. Their hair is the color of tree bark as it goes down, cascades down their back. And they look at each other and they look at you, Matthew. What are you going to order them to do?
Oh, kill her.
Okay.
I don't know.
So they look at her, they look at each other, and they start walking towards her. Quindoc, make me another saving throw.
I rolled a 13 natural.
Okay. You're not moving at all. The woman puts her hand on the wolf's head,
How dare she?
and you hear stones start to shatter. The wolf falls back onto the ground like stunned. It just kind of tumbles back, yelping a couple times. The snakes come up out of the well. How many of you are there? She says. Barrow, your turn. What will you
I can't
do?
answer that.
Barrow?
I'm going to throw a sling at her.
Okay. Enchanted or
Use one of my-
non-enchanted?
Use one of my enchanted bolts. Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead.
14.
Okay. That is 1 over what you need to hit. So, Barrow, roll me a D4, please. 2D4, actually. You see the sling. He throws it like the trebuchet again. 5.
Yeah.
Hits her in the side of the head, and you hear something crack. He actually fractured her skull clearly. She looks dazed. The bullet hits her. She's staggering on the ground, trying to creep out from underneath Dane. Dane, you're on top of her. What are you going to do?
Well, I'm going to first try to hit her with my axe.
Okay, you're on top of her, and you're just going to slam down with your axe. Go ahead and
I thought it
roll
was
me the
hammer
20.
time. He's going to ask her some questions. That joke never gets old.
Did you get that? 7?
Yes. You hit her with the axe at point blank range like that. Make me a d6. Fortunately for her, you didn't hurl it. Coindoc, the wolf, as it hits the ground, skitters by your feet. It reaches out and it bites you on the leg and then kind of collapses unconscious. You're out of hold. Take 3 hit points of damage.
I'm out of the hold now.
You're out of hold. Dane, what do you roll for damage on your 6?
I'm going out.
6.
Ooh, you see Dane come down with his axe. He hits her right on the hip. The axe is wedged in between her hip bone and like her pelvis now. Blood is fountaining out. She screams out in pain. Coindoc, what are you going to do?
Now, just for clarification, I did say that I was triggering right when I first came out.
You
The
did,
question
and
is,
now the word utters out of your lips finally.
So I used 3 rounds of it already, or just I never
Nope,
quite
never quite triggered.
Wow,
You just feel the
I go
strength
over and I'm going to jam that
rush through your body.
javelin.
Okay, go ahead and make me a 20.
So I'm strong now, and she's
Yeah.
she's an orc too, right?
Make me a 20.
I rolled an 8.
It's still a hit with your 2 hit bonus. Make me a 6. Dane, you're standing there you're on top of her, hit her with your axe, and this javelin comes down right next to your head when she brings it down.
I rolled a 1, but this still does 8 points of
Yes,
damage.
you still did 8 points of damage. You hit her right through the rib cage area. Something comes out of her mouth, like it's hard to see what it is, but the blood starts to pour out of her mouth. One of these creatures, these fairy creatures, comes over to you, Barrow, and she says, "I cannot commit an act of violence. Hold up your dagger."
I hold up my dagger.
Her sister touches the woman on the ground. Dimension door. Pulls it over, and all of a sudden the woman is standing right next to you with the dagger right through her. Make me a 4 for damage.
It's Lydia, isn't it? I got a 3.
Just another whimper. She falls back. She just looks at the both of you. Blood just gurgling out of her mouth. She's looking up at you, Dane. She's looking up. She can barely speak. She just says, "Long live the Falcon. Long live Ius." What will you guys do?
I'm not there because you dimension door, but I have something I want to do.
Go ahead. What do you want to do?
I want to run over, grab her by the hair, pull out a knife, put her under the knife.
What are you going to do, Dane?
Well, unless Quidnock is in the way, I was going to throw my axe at her.
You could still do that. Quidnock is so tall and you're on the ground, you could put it right between his legs.
Well, I better not fumble. Okay, I'll give it a try.
Okay, roll me a 20.
That's an under.
Quidnock grabs her by the hair. Go ahead. Dane, 20 me?
Well, I got an 8.
You throw the axe. Prone victim, no problem. Go. You just feel something whistle past your thigh, Quindoc. Roll me a 6, Dane.
And it's going to go back.
It'll probably go around.
I got a 4.
Barrow, the axe, you just see him throw it and you don't know what happened to it. All of a sudden, you see it explode out through her chest and then come back through again, just as Quindoc cuts the scalp and drops her to the ground. There's a hole about maybe the size of Barrow's head in her chest right now.
Oh, I was going to cut her throat.
Oh, you're going to cut her throat?
She was
Yeah, she just drops to the ground.
but I'll take a scalp. If she's falling already, maybe I get scalp.
Yeah, you're just holding it right there. The room is quiet and still. In the side of the room, there, right by the dead Naga, there are at least 12 eggs. The one that she
They
was
must be
holding is
destroyed.
crushed.
We must be destroyed.
Is there do we know what kind of Naga it is?
It looked like it to you. It was probably a spirit Naga, just like Falcon.
Destroy them.
I'm sure we could bring one egg back to Henway.
Interesting. Dane, Quidnock, are you with that?
No,
No, you're not with that?
no,
Dane?
I kill them.
Can I?
Destroy them. If he can muscle one out of there before I break them, that's fine.
I think we should destroy them all.
I'm gonna try to get Duchess or Python to sneak one.
I need both
Where are you gonna
Quidnock
hide it?
and Dane to
In
roll
the
me a
pocket?
20-sider.
1.
Don't bother, Dane. Yeah, he's watching the snake try and curl around it. Looks at you, Barrow, goes, busted. Quidnock just sits there and starts smashing eggs. Dane, are you going to join him, I assume?
Definitely.
Yeah, you start doing it. The
And
dryads,
you can get
which is what you summon, Barrow, disappear in the thin air.
you can get a fire going if you want to eat something. They look like chicken eggs, big giant chicken eggs.
Yeah, they kind of look like that, but they're a little more leathery.
Crocodile
Soon enough,
eggs.
you've destroyed all 13 of them.
And now we must kill the orcs.
Do we notice anything like, is there any sign of treasure around her?
Yes, actually, there is. In the opposite corner of the room by the well, there is a chest there. The lock looks like a big serpent that is locked up upon itself.
Is there a key on the Naga?
You look at it? No, but there's a key on the woman. She must have taken it from the Naga, you reason. Barrow, Quidnock, and Dane, you look at this chest, and it's kind of curious because as you get closer to this, it's like a tangle of snakes. It makes a letter K in the middle of it. Jason Zavoda, that's for you, buddy. Quidnock and Barrow, you guys, and Dame, you guys end up looting the chest. The chest has more or less about 5,000 gold in it, a trio of potions, a dagger, and a cloak in it, and a book that's memoirs. The memoirs are of this Naga who came here, who was actually the sister of the Naga, of the Falcon. She was here, and her job was going to be that she always hated her sister. She actually survived, as it should turn out, the devouring in the clutch. And her plan was, after the Falcon inevitably failed in the Free City, she was going to pick up the pieces of an already built empire and move in. That was her plan about 200 years ago, or about 30 years ago, you figure, before she ended up being just dying down here of what you can't even tell.
No loss.
As you leave the place, you walk out through the well, and you're looking for orcs the entire time. You can't see you scour the place basically for orcs, and you see nothing the entire time. When you come out of the well, however, you come out of the tree, Lydia is standing there, and there are about 15 orcs laying there face down. And she's just got this big grin on her face, and she says, they kept coming out one by one by one. It was awesome.
See, how sad would you have been if you had missed this opportunity.
I know. I am so sorry. This was the best day ever. Soon enough, you find your group is over with. You take the trip back to the Swanepoel house. Are you going to drop back the river otter, or are you going to take it with you? You going to not bring it back? You're gonna.
I'm for bringing it back. What do we need it for?
Okay.
Yeah.
You guys bring it
Yeah.
back to the brothers. They're very grateful for it.
Restore the balance.
Quidnock, you hear this voice behind you. Are you ready? It's Molly there with her staff sling.
Molly's. Let's
I'm
see,
gonna-
Molly.
Barrow, what
I'm
are you
gonna
gonna do?
toss her one of my enchanted sling bullets.
That's cheating.
You give her the enchanted sling bullet.
All right. Well, I set a target.
Feels
a
a
good
weight.
target.
Yeah, that
I
feels
said
feels good.
I set up several different targets
Okay.
and say, show what you've learned.
Takes a deep breath. Takes a
Mhm.
deep breath. Okay. Like this. Throws a bullet at it. And rolls a 20 with her first roll.
All right. That's one.
The sling bullet, Chad won. She looks at you. She goes, that one was awesome. Do you have any more like that?
Well, next time she does it, he's going to say, now you must do it under distraction. And he's going to stand like right next to her screaming at her.
She whips a sling bullet at it. 15. She actually hits the top of it and knocks it down. Barely. You got 5 targets there.
That's
The
good
next
enough for
one.
me.
All right, bring it again. She says, looking at you.
All right.
Start screaming at her again.
Yeah.
She misses that one. Hits the stand.
Okay. Well, he's going to
Damn it.
stand off to the side facing her with a lasso.
Both the brothers are looking at her. Okay, you got the lasso.
Yeah, like I'm
Are
going
you really
going
gonna throw that at me?
I get it faster.
She throws a sling bullet and misses. I see what you were trying to do now. All right, I hit 2, I missed 2. I guess this is it, huh?
If you want to throw it and miss, I will take your sling. If we call it you've succeeded to train in the small amount of time you've had, you only had a little bit of time.
And if I win, I get to come back with you to Greyhawk.
No,
No.
Well, what? What do I win then?
you don't get your staff taken.
Let's do this. She takes the sling bullet and puts it in there. Looks at Dane, gives you a nod. Looks at Barrow, gives you a nod. Looks at Duchess, pats her on the head for good luck. People bless my ma'am. She throws the sling bullet, misses, sails right over top of the thing, hits the wall of the barn and comes back and knocks it off. I roll a 17. I got it! I got it! I totally planned that too, just so you know.
There's a saying, the translation of which is, sometimes it is better to be lucky than good.
When those orcs come, I plan to be plenty lucky. She looks at you and nods.
Well done.
She reaches down next to her, and she has a little jar there. She takes a little bit of ash and puts it underneath her face on both sides. Just like that, right?
Each warrior has to choose their own.
She runs over and gives you a hug on the leg. I'm going to miss you. All of you.
On the leg, she's 13.
Or leg, yeah. I'll give you a little hug around the waist. I'm going to miss all of you. Barrow and Quidnock and Dane. Thanks for being so nice. I know you didn't want me around, but thank you.
We're going to get some food.
You guys end up eating there at the house.
He's got 7 charisma, so he's kind of like,
Hmm.
yeah, whatever. I'm hungry.
Later afterwards, you guys end up having to leave. As you're leaving, there's a group of guards that are coming up. There's a wagon with them. They kind of just eyeball you as they're coming towards the house. Is that house yours? Look at the 3 of
Who's
you.
asking?
It is?
Who's
That's
asking?
the house of our friend.
Oh. We have no business with you then. Have a delivery something for her.
Of what?
Something from Lord Henway. It doesn't concern you.
That's for the house.
Nods.
Probably a lot of money.
That's why it's guarded and armed.
Not as much as we just made.
Soon enough, you guys will find yourself at Lord Henway's manse. You guys pass the Manicore's chamber. He's waiting right out in the courtyard for you. He's got a big coat on. Looks at you. I knew you'd make it back to me. Look at you. 3 beautiful boys. How'd you do? Never mind. Don't bother telling me. He goes, I'll just get the report from Lydia.
I tell him I tried to get him an egg, but
Ha
that wouldn't work.
Wiser heads prevailed.
He looks at you. He goes, I think we might have both gotten ourselves in trouble with that. He looks over at you, Dane. Says, for you, he says, I think I've got a reward that you can disperse to your friends. He says, but I think you've got other business, don't you? Somewhere down south, if I'm not mistaken.
I have family business.
He nods. I don't pry in family business. He says, but he reaches into his coat, has this large sack of coinage, puts it on the ground in front of you. He goes, that's for all of you, because you can count it if you want. I know it doesn't look like much, he says. Just take a peek.
Quidnock will look.
Quidnock looks in there. It is all platinum. He says, a gentleman of rearing has to have a certain sense of panache.
Quidnock says, that's good, right? And he looks at the dwarf.
Day.
Right?
We
This is
can
good.
we can trade out Quidnocks with these shiny coppers if you
He's not that dumb.
And as you say that, Lord Headway gives a big belly laugh. Dane, you and Barrow start laughing. Quidnock, you're the only one who doesn't really
Well,
get
he
it.
knows a copper is not as worthy, but platinum and gold.
But as they're all laughing, you kind of look up at the morning sky, and it almost seems like the wind is laughing with them. It's a good day to be alive. And that is where our adventure ends, fellas. Well done, guys.
Excellent.
That was fun.
I'm sorry I
This
took you
was
guys.
fun.
I'm sorry I took you guys a little bit extra, but I couldn't quit on you guys 4 hours into it and not let you guys have an ending. So, hope you guys enjoyed yourself. Anyone who watches on the Twitch stream and who hasn't rated over or anything like that, thanks so much for joining us, especially those of you guys who donated. It's to a good cause, and I hope my group here and I provided you with a little entertainment for your coin. If you guys want to stick around just for a second after we go off the air, we'll do a little bit of I'll say goodbyes to you. But for my players, all 3 of you, I would like to for Barrow Bravelark, Matthew Lazinski, for Quidnock Samau, Tim Sheets, and for Dane Copperhands, Jason Zavoda, and Carlos Lysing. Thank you for tuning in with us. We really appreciate it, and have a good day.
Guys.
Yep.
Is the sound off on the
Not yet.
Twitch?